Okay, here I am again. I've just finished a painting which I'm going to go and deliver to my gallerist. I'm going to show you now. It's this one. It is more photographic landscape. As you can see, this is the photo I painted it from. I took it with a tungsten Diaz film of the old style, so that's why it has these very nice, shall we say, nice colors. The digital doesn't give that for some reason, but this do, so that's a good thing. Anyway, as you can see, I've been working like crazy with all the colors and stuff, and I think it actually became quite interesting in the end. I've been really working with my pencils in a very impressionist manner and try to solve it while keeping it very open, all the small people and stuff, even shadows. And it has been a journey, so it's quite fun actually. So it inspired me to try something bigger in this shall we say, this type of painting. If it was like 2.2 meters, I could go really deep into it. But this is how it came out, and I hope you enjoy this video. Of course, it's a long video, and I talk about everything under the sun. So, with this, I hope you give it a thumbs up, you leave a comment, push the notification bell, check out my Patreon page, maybe become a patron, and subscribe, and keep watching my videos. There will also be hyperlinks in description, so you can jump around in different segments of the video, back and forth. So check that out. It takes some time to actually make them, so please use them. It's you actually give me a view every time you jump between the different segment of the video. It also makes it easier for you to navigate the video. So with this, I hope I see you in the next video. Okay, stay cool and keep painting. Okay, my friends, I am going to paint a landscape on this canvas of this motif. It is from Oslo. It is the opera in Oslo. I'm going to paint this picture that I took with a 6.7 camera with a slide film a couple of years ago during a nice day, summer day, and it's kind of evening light. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do, and I'm gonna paint it on this, and in this video I'm gonna show you how I think, show you and talk to you about how I think when I create the landscape. Okay, here we go. So, yay! The first thing I do, of course, is to try to get it right. So I use the same technique as in any other painting. If it is a model, I measure the buildings 1, 2 and a little, and 1 and 2. So which means it's a little bit lower, probably in the golden snit, or whatever we call it in English. So the landscape will probably be approximately down here and goes up to there. So I just start marking out where. It is a landscape, so there won't be, I will try not to go crazy detailed on it, but there are lines here that are quite difficult, and the lines always has to be correct, so I really do need to concentrate. Maybe that was too high. Yeah, that was too high. Take it down here, 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 approximately down here, because there's a building behind there, and the other one's coming. So I have the lights. It's quite complex actually. It's a lot of different angles and a lot of stuff to think about, and it's so easy to do mistakes. And if you do mistakes with buildings, it's going to look exactly as wrong as a face does. So you have to be a little bit careful. I do this on freehand. I know a lot of people do it with what's it called again? Projectors. I won't do that. I like the challenge, and I think it's kind of cheating. So, the nice thing about this motif is it's a lot of Turner-esque light. It's a very classical light because the film I used is an old style camera, very old. And the film also, it gave it a very quite vivid, classical, warm light like you see in Turner and his paintings. So, yeah. Building. I will move all this around several times probably, because this one is actually closer to, it's up there, like this. The opera is closer to that. This one actually is basically in the middle, this building, 1, 2. I just measure. And then I use my eyes to see how it's supposed to be. I don't fill in with a lot of paint right now because I don't want to have to paint over it so many times. Let's see. There's a shadow. And it goes up like this, and this one goes down. There's actually a roof there, you can sunbath. Now it looks like if I take this, front should be above here. 1, 2, oh yeah, okay. No, it's like this. 1, 2, a little bit. Yeah, this can be approximately okay. All the light is actually falling down here, so you get this, and you get a reflection in the sea. Put it in a little bit of the sky. You see, I used it as a background. No, I mean, I used the color, you know, the Waldenbuff, as a startup color, because I think it's easier to pull the light up. First I push it down and then I kind of pull the light up from dark. And it's also easier to get the shadows down because the shadows are already there in a way. Yeah. I'm training too much, my leg hurts like hell. So it's been quite annoying days actually because my foot hurts. So been training taekwondo for many months, karate for many years, and then I got this fucking arthritis pain and it bugs me every single day. Maybe I should not push my body so hard anymore. So the sea is coming here and then it's going to be quite vivid colors in this. So I need a bigger brush. I'm going to put in some more color. I'm actually going to do a huge landscape soon. Gigantic landscape. Okay, Lear carrots. And it's going to be nice. Okay. Very blue up here, and I also it's very vivid blue up there, and I need to try to find the right warmth. So that's kind of how I mark it in the beginning. I just put down some clues and then I start molding. So I will fill more in a while so you can see the progress. Okay, got a little bit better. Of course I bound into some difficulties because different things, but I will also do some of the get more all of it in. I'm just gonna paint for like 10 minutes a piece, 5 maybe. hour video. Guess you're getting boring. There's a lot of reflection of reddish and reflections from the building, which I will get in after a while here. And here. But I just want to get everything in first. I'm gonna put it in approximately. And that is what I do. Maybe it would be easier. Sometimes I wonder if I concentrated a little bit more when I was sketching. But I like to keep it open, so that's how it is. I will also focus more on detail later in the video to get up close to see how I paint. It's very bluish. It's funny because the photo looks quite nice, but when you use the vivid colors and you have the physical dimension of colors, they tend sometimes to become a little bit too vivid, too real, as we say. But I just have to live with it. So. And work with it. Overpaint, overpaint, overpaint again and again. And you get to a result you can live with. So I can see some more detail, go into detail. It's very dark down here. It's a black and there's some black, and just keep it down because the lights will be, all the light will be centered here, so, and in the sky. I have another one that I started, a small one. I didn't finish it to an exhibition because it became basically too hard with the buildings. I started to see faults I had done, and mistakes, so I just had to give it up and give it some more time, because working with detail under stress is always a bad idea, and if you start seeing that you have done mistakes, you tend to become very stressed. So give every painting the time it needs. So you have the time to relax and enjoy your work. I haven't been good at that because I have the kind of personality that always works best when there is some urgency. And I think my painting suffers from that, and I have to change that because I have ambitions with my paintings to become as good as possible in the short time I have left in existence. So I need to focus my time better, and if I should give any advice to artists, that would be it. Time is a thing you don't have enough of, and especially if you live in the West, then time is probably the only thing you don't have enough of. we're very lucky to be born in a part of the world where we can enjoy life the way we do, and even be artists and make a living of it, or live in a country who supports it. A thing I think is a little bit fishy, because in Norway art is actually basically financed by oil, and most artists are on the left, so when I hear artists complaining about not getting enough resources from the state, I tend to feel a vomit in my mouth, because as a humanist and a atheist, and I'm not a globalist in any economical sense, but I'm a globalist in the sense we are all living on the same spaceship, and the first priority with the resources we have should be to take care of all the people in the world, not just the few who lives in the West. I mean, there are now slavery in I saw it on the news today. Libya, people are sold into slavery in 2017, and it's just heartbreaking. Actually, I'm not for moving people to Europe, because that will just increase the expenditure of resources. We need to move the resources to the places in the world where people are starving, because most people are so poor that they can't move anyway. So we need to move the resources to them and get their living standard up to a level where they can actually start putting their short existence into some reasonable, rational purpose. They can actually live out their dreams and aspirations, whatever you call it. And that is my opinion about that. So when the UNICEF and the UN and European politicians are crying about refugees, they should think about resources and how many people you can actually help with the resources we have in the closest we can to their home. And when the world is basically equalized economically, we can more easily start moving around. I'm not against immigration, but I'm against the type of refugee policy we have in the world. There are 70 million refugees in the world, and you can't possibly help them all by moving them to Europe. So we need to help people where they are, remove dictators, secure their rights, and acknowledge them as equal and equally important as ourselves. So, yeah. And if that collective lift, if you want, demands that I have a job besides my lovely hobby or profession, so be it. Yeah. guess that was 10 minutes. A rant about politics. Oh. Strange how it just keeps changing the subject from painting to politics. So, painting a landscape of the Norwegian opera house. It's for a Christmas exhibition in the gallery I use in Norway. It's one of them. It's Christmas and we kind of have to earn our keep, as they say, and paint something from the city I actually live in. Could be a good idea. And it's also interesting, I took this photograph a while ago, a few years ago actually, and I just did my very small, very old 6.6 camera, so it's not even taken with a digital. What I'm doing now is what I usually, I did the first layer a while ago, and now you probably see that in the video. And now I'm gonna start up, and I just do the lasur, as I usually do with my 70% linseed oil. No, sorry, 70% turpentine, and 30% linseed oil, with some cobalt cicative in, made by, I think it's Lascaux. I'm not sure, wait a second. It is made by Kremer Linseed Furnace. Kremer! Kremer Linseed. Linoleum Varnish. Yeah, something. Anyway, it looks like this. So now you know. But it's basically linseed oil with some added chemicals to make it dry a little faster. And when I then use also 70% turpentine, it will dry fast. And not if I work dry and thick layers. But when I do thin layers like this, it dries pretty fast, actually. As usual, I'll just do the whole thing because I want to paint to get into all the cracks and all the brush strokes, cracks in the brush strokes, and then I start working pretty dry. I don't use much. I always get this question, and I'm gonna make a video on how to use the medium, what medium, and how to use the palette. Going to make a new how-to video, so I don't need to answer the same questions over and over again. As I said, I do have a Patreon site, and if people become a patron, I will answer all their questions to the best of my abilities, but it seems to be very hard for people to actually give something back. So some of you do, and I'm increasingly grateful for that, just as you know. Maybe I should just put this one out as a how to use. Yeah. Now you can see what I do. I use the Kraplak, or the alizarin as it's called, because my paintings tend to have a lot of bluish in it. If I actually had a yellow sky, I could use cadmium yellow and lazur and then scrape it away and get this intense, very intense color, because the white underneath would, if I first build all the textures, the white underneath would enhance and shine through the color. But that is also stuff you can do at the end of the painting process, so you don't have to, and if you're not going to paint over it again, or you can also keep on doing it in different places, like if I build usually I take away a lot of this now, take away some of it. Do you see in that when you get further into the painting, you can put lazur, the same thing, and the yellows, and you can do that with all colors, but when I do this, it is just get a fresh start in a way. So, and I get some oil and some medium into the surface, so I don't have to worry about kind of getting medium into the colors while painting. Usually I don't care much about that too, because I like to keep it quite dry. On paint, I like to basically use the paint straight from the tube without. What I do, the medium is getting into my colors, because I keep on dipping. When I have some color, if I work here in the blue region and I'm going to go down to the yellow region, I want to get the blue, not all of it, but most of it, out of my brushes. So I put it into the medium and I put it on the cloth. You know, I find a yeah, I'm fine. Well, anyway, now here, if I grab the color, I call it grabbing the color, and I go in and I start painting on top of this. I can use different blue. I really like the Prussian blue and cobalt and the French ultramarine deep. When I do this, and if I want to go down here now, I can't just grab a new yellow, and because I will get the blue into the yellow. So I will go down and I will just put my pencil into here, and I go in for the yellow. Then at the same time I go in here, I grab some white, I get some of the blue and white, so it turns kind of maybe a little bit greenish, and to get it, as I see here, I need a little bit more reddish. I go and grab maybe some red and some more blue, no, some more yellow, until I feel I have the right color, and then I go in. But I keep using the medium basically to clean my brush. And to do this, you just have to keep painting. To find out how you're going to do that, you just have to basically figure it out by yourself. It is, in the end, it becomes an automatic process. In the end, it's no sweat. In the end, you just paint, and in a way the painting evolves as you paint. It becomes more closer and closer and closer to what you are after. That is the best way for me to explain this, how I use the medium and how I blend. I have a video called how to use the palette on my YouTube channel, and you can watch that one. Maybe I'll make a new one. Now, I didn't concentrate, so I did some mistakes here. It's very important to concentrate, but it doesn't matter. It's oil paint. You can always paint over, and every time you paint over, it becomes better. You can scrape it down. You can just go into it. Go watch some of, if you have the, if you can. If you're doing landscape, you should actually look at the classics, especially Turner and stuff like that. What the hell? Pencil though. Damn, disappeared. Can I throw it in here? Damn. Anyway, how did you get it? My hand? No. Oh, that's possible. Oh, there it is. So you just have to keep painting until you feel you kind of reach what you're looking for. And you don't need to clean the pencil totally between the layers or between the brush strokes, because it's a good thing if you get some of the paint. Do some mistake here now, suddenly it was yellow. Well, there's always some yellow in the sky behind there, so it doesn't really matter. You just go in and you adjust it, and you just adjust it like this, and you go in and you kind of go in there and you get some, became too much white, so you go in and you tone it down again, and you just keep on doing this until it gets closer and closer to what you're looking at. And that's very important to me. I really need something to look at when I paint. I need a reference point. It could be a piece of the wall, it could be a human being, it could be an onion, it could be anything. It could be a photograph, it could be a real landscape. I used to do landscapes outside. For some reason I stopped. Maybe it's just sick of being blown away, or the sky keep changing all the time, which is quite frustrating. But it is all down to the textures. Just need some Prussian blue, and I don't have so much left, so I think this video can actually stand alone. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. See, that's the Prussian blue. It's kind of greenish, and it has a very strong green I like to use that because I can actually bring it up by putting in other colors. Now this becomes a mess because I'm not concentrating, and that is also important. You need to get into the flow, and you need to stick with a reference point. Don't try to be an artist when you paint. The artist is already in you. You just need to work on your skill. It doesn't matter what kind of... I don't think it matters what kind of world view you have. But I do think being a realist and being a science-minded person, that you like facts, you like to know how the world really works, will help you in your painting, because you will see the world clearer, also deeper, and that will also help. I think so, because I mean, when you become a realist, it's like bringing gravity into your life, and it will nail your feet to the ground. You will be able to look at the classics in a more objective way, and you will also understand through science and the understanding of the brain and everything that you can actually reach basically almost the same amount of skill that the classics had, if you are willing to put in the work. So, yeah. Yeah. So this is, yeah. Now you see here, the lasur is now there, so I can go in with the white, and I can do like this, of course, but in a way the color is already on the canvas, so it will now mix in with the color I put on. Yeah. So that's the point with the lasur. You can also, when you have done it, if you have thick layers, you can go in and you can scrape away the lasur in the white areas. I don't have any good white areas to show you now. Maybe this. And instead of painting over, if you have already put in thick layers, you can just scrape down and get the white out there again. So you can manipulate the surface, underneath surface, by also scraping and putting on more color. So that is the point with the lasur. That is how I do it, and that is basically how I do it. I didn't learn this from anyone. I started to understand when I was looking at painters like Turner and Vermeer and stuff, that they use these techniques, and in some of Vermeer's paintings he has those lasurs in the end of the process, where we might take a very strong color, clean color, very strong clean color, put it into medium, and almost blend it out so subtly that it becomes almost like a watercolor, and it just kind of slightly puts it on, so it just blends in this smooth and beautiful way to create some amazing effects yeah, maybe I should make a whole video about this. Here, it's very thick, and in this painting it has this yellowish color, yellow reddish color, probably because the background here is actually more violet, so it has this orange yellow complementary color here. And of course it's one of the lightest areas, so I will build this thick and build around it until it becomes what I want. So, stuff like that. Anyway, I hope this is helpful, and until next time, stay cool. Yo ho. Oh, God. Yeah, keep on painting. Gonna paint a little bit in the distance. I'm gonna move in so you can see more detail when what I do. I've been rearranging a lot because I saw some mistakes I did, and it's never a good thing when you start to mess it up and you don't get into the flow, and yeah. As usual, I try to work in directions, and the light area will be, of course, thick. I don't want to do any concrete detail right now. I just want to keep molding, moving buildings and colors, and just try to get it right. That is why it is so much easier for people who use projector. It's no sweat. You just put it up on the canvas, line it up, and then everything is correct. Then again, you can see it in their paintings that there hasn't been a struggle there with moving stuff around, and you know. I'm going to work around here anyway. I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer so you can see better. So, yeah, it's good. And I also changed the, sometimes I forget to put in the right type of light. I use a mix between mix between warm white, fluorescent light and daylight to get as much of the color spectra as I can. I'm actually going to finish some paintings, and I'm going to try out some new stuff. It's very important to have enough light, and the right kind of light, because if not, if you take the paintings out in daylight, they tend to change a lot if you have the wrong kind of light. But if you only use the daylight, they will become, which is very cold, and you are trying to create some warm areas in your painting, you won't be able to see the warm colors properly, and you will just keep pouring on warm colors. And when you then take it into a room with warm white, fluorescent light, or even worse, spotlights, which is totally unnatural. You should never put a spotlight on a painting. That's the worst thing you can do. They tend to explode in the warm spectre, and that had made me sweat a couple of times. So I used to do that, but I quit. I rather have a better balance, because also if you use different types of light when you paint, like the daylight and warm white fluorescent, it's easier. It is like if you have no light at all in a room, or you have kind of skylight or something like that, the painting will actually then change from the cold to the, if it's no sun outside, it will be cold light and the painting will seem cold. And if there's sun and the sunlight comes in, or warm light, the warm color starts to work, and that way the painting can change during the day for the ones who has it on the wall. And I've heard that actually from customers, that my paintings seem to be alive when they hang them on the wall. And that's a nice compliment. Now I do work in a very sculptural way. I try to build my paintings like the classics did, like Rembrandt, to build on his paintings more like a sculpture, because it also creates, if you have a relief feeling, like here in the whites here, I will put on very thick white color, so in the end it's not just a nuance from behind, or nuance difference that will create the effect. Is also the difference in thickness on the layers on the canvas. That is very important. But you don't want to go too far, so you have to find some middle ground there too. But I will never become a photorealist for these reasons. Photorealism, every surface basically has to stay on the same level, and that I'm not interested in at all, actually. Just not my cup of tea. So, yeah. Okay. So. Trying to figure out how to do the different. It's going to be as I can see now. I thought it was going to be quite easy to work with this, but I see now that it's going to be a struggle, to put it mildly. Yeah. I could try to avoid all detail, but it's not gonna. The thing is to be able to keep it down. It's very hard for me to get into the flow when I talk. Maybe I should stream a little bit on YouTube. Just paint. And people who like my work could actually watch me paint. Might be something. Real time. Without too much, because when I film, I can't film for hours on end. My videos tend to become too long, and maybe that's also because I will start to rant about life and everything and stuff. Maybe I should focus more on the painting. There are people who like to hear me talk about stuff, but maybe it's better to focus more on the painting part. I mean, that's why people are here. If I want to rant about something, I can make some rant videos about politics and life and existence and everything. Okay, turn it off for a while, and I'm gonna. There's a lot of people walking there, so later I will also get that into the painting. Okay, I am going to go over this painting with a vengeance today. I'm going to do a lot of work, and I just need to do the Retouching Varnish first, and then a glaze after a few minutes, and yeah, start painting. I've got some requests of doing some more landscapes on my YouTube channel. you know, it's not my main thing, but you know, a few already, and more will come. But this is what I'm doing now. So okay, I have to let this dry for a few minutes, 10 minutes, 15 maybe, and then I will do the glaze. And okay, it has been drying for like 15 minutes. I found this one, nice pencil. I got it as a present a long time ago. I don't even know the I don't know, Princeton art, British, something British. Anyway, I'm gonna use it to do the glaze. Actually, because I couldn't find the one I used to put on the Retouching Varnish. I have no idea where I put it, and it's 15 minutes ago. That's not a good sign, I guess. But, and I also use a palette that I basically only use to this. When I do bigger surfaces like this, it is better to have a bigger pencil. It goes faster. And as I say, the glazing, I'm doing the glaze on top of the Retouching Varnish. The medium is linseed oil, 70%. No, it's turpentine, 70%, and it's linseed oil, 30%. I think there are some cobalt drying thing in it also, some cobalt cicative in that oil I use, which I buy at my store, my art supply store. But it says linseed Kremer linoleo Varnish, it says. So I don't know, I have no idea what it's called. Something, yeah. So anyway, it's based on linseed oil, and I guess most of it is linseed oil, cooked of course. I usually use ordinary linseed oil that you just buy in a painter store, in paint houses and stuff, and if it's cooked, I guess it is basically as good as this one, and probably also a little bit cheaper. But I get some discount in Kim in Oslo, K-A-N, so 20%. So I guess that. Makes up the difference. I use a lot of paints, and I use a lot of paint, so especially when I do my big paintings, and I just stop. It's like food. I do not look much at what I spend on food, because food is a necessity, and so is paint. Of course, I don't throw away food, and I try not to throw away too much paint. scrape away some of it. It's going to be a very difficult painting. I took this photo. Maybe I should actually photograph the photo. Some people have asked if I could actually have the subject like on the side and paint so you can see where I paint from. The trick here is to, I wanted to be kind of photographic, but I also wanted to be Turner-esque at the same time. And of course there's a conflict between Turner-esque and photorealism, and that is a fight I just kind of have to endure. So just focus a little bit closer. Yeah, you can actually see the photograph there, and I will try not to go crazy on the detail. Start and kind of try to keep it open. It's going to be rough. Luckily I have some time on it, so I can actually go quite deep. That's a good thing, always a good thing. Time is, as I said before in many videos, time is like having money in the bank. It's wonderful to have the leverage to just be a painter, not having to, basically not having to do anything. And that should be the basic goal for any painter. Now I'm just going to start here, and I'm going to try to start just, actually I know how difficult this is going to be. I've tried to paint things like this before, and I do get hung up in all the detail, and it can be quite crazy. Now I'm just gonna start like this. Yeah, maybe I should zoom a little bit on it so you can see, and zoom a little bit more out later. There's some cranes here. The problem is that I need to get everything right, because if I put in the cranes, there's some building stuff. They're always building somewhere in Norway. You know, there's too much money in this country, so we just keep on kind of building shit. And the tragedy here is that I have built a lot of new buildings, but I didn't build them high because there are restrictions, so you don't really get so much out of the skyline. If it was up to me, they would have built skyscrapers like in New York, at least a few of them. But they don't do that in Norway, sadly. So they spend a lot of space and time on buildings who doesn't yield that much space, like apartments and stuff. It's so silly. Anyway, as you know, I already have the linseed oil and the thing on the canvas because of the glaze. So I will just add more color. I'm not going to be careful because I want this to be, I want to have as many overpaints as possible. I will also bring out, look in books and look at Turner and different things, because this painting, this motif actually has some very nice Turner-esque things to it, but it also is very clear, photographic, so yeah. Colors are really difficult. If you can only stay in neons and stuff, it is easier, but I'm not interested in that. I want it to rock, you know, it's a lot of light here. I also want it to be quite correct, since I don't use any, you know, I don't use any projector or anything. I do everything on freehand, and that also gives me problems because, as I say, I'm not a perfect copying machine. My skill set is, I think my color vision is maybe my biggest asset. My drawing skills are like, and I should work more on that. I've seen other artists that are brilliant drawers, but they do not have that color vision, and their paintings are really, really good drawn and really good on every level, you know, when it comes to depicting things and stuff, but they don't rock. They don't rock because there is no life in the colors. You might say they are too perfect. That's silly. That's my opinion anyway. One has to remember when you talk about these things, even when it comes to classical art, it also comes down to my opinion about what constitutes a good painting. But as I said many times before, I do have the best painters as my objective standard. So if you don't at least get a little bit up to the best, like Rembrandt and all these, it's hard to call it basically good. It can be good, but it's not that good, you know, and I don't think I'm not there yet, okay, so maybe when I'm 100 years old, I might be. That would be nice. I'm going to do it, try my best. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do with my life. I think that's a nice goal, you know, you just try to do your best with what you have. No stress. No. There's a lot of stress, sorry, that was not right. But I just want to try to do the best I can with the time I have, and try to die as content as possible. And I have basically on average 30 more years to do it, and I'll still keep wasting time, so it's really sad, really, yeah, kind of sad. It makes me sad every time I waste time, and not just that, I waste money, which also is basically time, because you keep wasting your money. You have to use time to get more money, and the time you spend to get more money, you can't really spend on exactly the things you want. I wish I understood this 15 years ago, but I didn't, So here I am. Let this be a lesson to you as a young artist, if you're young or old, or in the middle like me. Don't fucking waste your money and don't waste your time. It's the most precious thing in the universe. That's your time. Your time is the most precious thing in the universe. Because your time is your existence. It is your consciousness, your interaction with reality and with being alive and being, just being. So please don't waste time, don't waste money. Don't be like me. So yeah, I have so many regrets. I'm gonna start doing self-portraits. So I'm going to talk more about these things when I paint my self-portraits, because I want to kind of do it as a biography. Have them as a... Because I have this book in my head with this thing, I should also start reading my own diaries. I have a lot of diaries I read when I was wasting most of my time, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to read my diaries and try to find how I evolved as a person. It's gonna be fun. You know, I have this self-biography called Vix42 in my head. The reason it's called Vix42 is because of my late hero Christopher Hitchens wrote Hitch 22, and I was actually 42 when I got the idea writing this. And that is now bloody well 11.5 years ago, and I still haven't gotten around to write this. So instead of writing it, which I will sooner or later, I want to make my self-portraits and talk about everything me. Listen to everything me, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, just turn it off. You know, I didn't force anyone to watch my videos, sadly. Anyway, should I go back to painting now? Do you think that would be a good idea? Spending way too much time alone. I moved out of the city center like 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, and I'm not sure if it was it's a bigger studio, but I kind of love going out into the street and look at life and girls and sit in a cafe every day, just people watching, you know. I kind of stopped doing that. I do it once in a while, but it's almost like I feel I'm not really engaging that much with the world anymore. Let me see now. I need to use a mirror, you know. There's a lot of light coming in here, and there's a lot of people, small, tiny people. So I mean, if I just pour in, and that's the thing, if you're going to paint turn or risk, that's what you do. You just give it some color, and I give it some really pastos brushwork, impasto brushwork, and I try to kind of work myself into the paint as if it was clay, and I will start working in these small tiny people as I go along. There's a kind of evening light coming in, so quite nice. There's a lot of reflections in the sea here. It's going to be a challenging thing, really challenging. So yeah, let's see. Just the colors on the palettes here. I need more whites. The old Holland paints are really brilliant to this work because it really sticks to the surface. I just grab it with my pencil, and maybe I should film actually do some filming on my palette also when I paint here, so you can actually see what I'm doing. See, I'm holding. It's like playing the piano in many ways. You just have to hold. You have to hold it, like you have to give it different touches and different, almost like different pressure. Pressure is the right. If you want a layer of paint to stay on top of other paint, say you have put on a lot of paint and you want a layer on top of that, it can be very difficult because they kind of tend to merge. But if you hold it very, very light, you can actually just kind of let it, you see what I'm saying? You just let it, you don't push it in, you just put it on top of the other layer that is already quite thick. And I don't use any medium when I do that. If you use medium, that's impossible because then it becomes slippery and totally unmanageable. That is why I like to use Old Holland paints also, because it's so thick and it kind of, as I did say, stick to the surface. So, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to continue painting. And yeah, it was 23 minutes of me yapping around. So, I hope you enjoyed it and see you. Okay, I've been working for a few hours with it. I'm still just building the griselle, basically. I'm using these. Finally I can use some bigger. That's also what I love with working on a little bit bigger surfaces, and I'm gonna do some really big stuff coming up where I get a chance to delve into more color and textures. All in all, it's much more fun. I feel freer. And when it comes to landscape painting also, I tend to be, it's easier to play with because it's not that concrete, and I have decided not to go for the, I'm gonna try to combine the photorealism with the, as I said, with the techniques of of the classics or Turner and stuff. Of course, Turner was way better than me to paint. There's no doubt about that, but the point is that I can at least understand what he was doing. And the way to understand what he was doing is simply by understanding the textures, the overpaints, the playfulness, the frustration, the battle. There's one painting that I really love. It's called Sick Child by Edvard Munch, one of his earlier paintings, which also have that crazy, intense feel to it, because I've been working so hard. You can feel it when you look at the textures and on the brushwork and everything, and the tools that have been used. We're scraping it down, cutting it with knives, doing all kinds of stuff to create this very painted surface. And I guess that is what one has to try to do at this point. Is just as I say, I'm just trying to build the textures, build the different layers of paint. Of course, this is a very vivid, the photo is extremely vivid. It's almost vivid magenta, if you, no, not vivid magenta, but vivid blue something. Magenta, that's actually reddish. But it's very vivid because it's a print, and that is a thing I know I'm gonna have a great fight with to get it right, but that's okay. There are colors that my printers are doing, as I've been saying before. There are things my printer is doing that I can't replicate actually with oil paints. I've been trying so hard, but I can't figure it out, and I think that is because of the paint or the color in the print. The print colors are a totally different physique, and therefore they are giving a totally different hue and stuff. So yeah, I see there's a lot of green, and that is the Preußen blue. But as you see, the pressure blue alone doesn't become vivid. And if I do use cobalt, who actually looks like it, it doesn't really give that vividness that I see there. And there's probably a lot of different reasons for that. And it doesn't have to be exactly as the photo. It's not that I mean. I mean, this vividness is maybe a little bit too much anyway. So, trying to tone it down a little bit. This may be a good thing. No. Be the clouds here. There's greenish, very bright, even and probably a little bit of lemon yellow in it here. And then, because the clouds here are actually quite red, and I will get to that later, so the complementary color is of course greenish, yellow, green, and orange, and different colors. And they are kind of, it's almost like the clouds in this, it's not ordinary clouds, it's almost like somebody just blew some light, very light, transparent clouds, and they have to be almost, have to do something like this and just try to mold them into this thing. That's also a thing you start to notice as you start to see better. You start to understand the physics of things, and you start to see basically better how, understand the clouds better, understand the different objects, how they are built, and how one can actually replicate them. So, understanding a little bit of physics can also be a very good thing, because then you can actually understand a little bit better how nature is building, how the laws of nature are building all the beauty you see around us. And you can actually try to repeat it a little bit. I know some religious friends of mine would call it understanding God's creation. And it doesn't really matter what you call it, as long as you understand it. And to me anyway, as an atheist, when it comes to understanding nature on the physical level, you have to go into science. There is no doubt about that. But if you want to understand how nature actually is building this in chaos, you just have to understand basically how they are built with the tools of chaos. So if there were actually a God created these clouds, it would actually be easier than you think if you had the right math. So if God was a mathematician, he would use the laws of nature plus chaos to create, and everything was just keep going all by itself. You just need some basics physical laws that give room for the creation of elements, and then chemistry and evolution, and everything comes as a natural progression from that. Of course, that renders God basically without a job, and since we know that the universe will do this regardless of a creator, that is basically my default position now. It's also quite annoying that people, especially people who doesn't know science, are conflating the word theory with hypothesis. Oh, it's just a theory. Big Bang theory or evolution. Oh, it's just a theory. Well, a theory is a term used when things are proven beyond any reasonable doubt. When testing and stuff are actually what you should do as a scientist is try to disprove stuff. You shouldn't try to prove it, actually. You should try to disprove it. And while trying to disprove it, if you can't disprove it, and you get the same results over and over again, it's like you're holding a glass high up and you are dropping it to a concrete surface, it breaks, and you are still kind of dropping the glasses in hope that someday the glasses won't break, which in that case can happen, but usually it will break. So the conclusion is I can't disprove that it breaks basically almost every time. So the hypothesis is glass breaks when you drop it on a concrete surface. Now, to prove something in science is even worse. You have to never, basically, if something is going to be tested, really tested, it has to, like evolution or the laws of nature and stuff like that, the laws can never be suspended. If suddenly gravity stopped working for unknown reasons, we probably had to throw out every single law in the universe, and we couldn't predict anything anymore. So anyway, what's called a theory is things that are proven to work that way by testing over and over again by different people without that basically doesn't test everything from personal bias or personal goal. Oh, this is, you know, when you look at the paintings of Vincent van Gogh, you can see that he has taken many times just all these thick layers like this and just put colors beside one another. I actually did that in a small apple I painted. I haven't posted that video, by the way, yet for some reason, and I was actually going to wait until I posted a person first, portrait, something, but I couldn't get it right, so I went into it and I was with a very small pencil, I was just curling like that, and I created some, yeah, sorry about that. I was talking about the apple, And what I was doing, I was actually, I even used the backside. I was just cutting into it, different colors, or red, yellow, green. I was cutting into it like that, and I created this micro, kind of a micro, shall we say, a micro impressionist painting. And it was quite exciting actually. I should actually, is it just an apple painting? But I have an apple up here, and an onion, and a small landscape, and there's a few portrait paintings. And all of these videos are now coming out, and luckily my channel actually has been starting to grow a little bit. That's amazing within itself. I also want to paint all these apples and stuff from photo. I did a Natura, and I'm going to do one from photo just to compare. That's what I think about I'm going to do, and I'm going to give them away on my PATRON, so people can actually get their PATRON giveaways before Christmas. So that's good. Christmas. Okay. I'm getting a little bit tired. Maybe I should just talk to my gallerist tomorrow and tell me if I need one more. Maybe I don't have one more day because I don't really have one more day on this. Actually, so I just have to cheat a little bit. That's cool. And these are bigger. There's some cranes here. Yeah, very nice. And you know, that's too. You know, I'm just gonna pour in some stuff. I'm gonna do it loose. I'm gonna do it casual. Because sometimes you just have to. You know, this was sadly totally wrong. Just give myself the freedom to just go with the flow and just have fun with paints. Not hang myself up in a lot of unnecessary detail. Yeah, see, that's what you do when you screw up. No, that too is almost wrong. It's actually supposed to be a little bit to the, let's see, that was kind of, right? Yeah. Almost. Here, and this one goes into it like this. It's just some cranes actually, and I've been painting it many times now. Yeah, I'm quite manic when it comes to this. I want it to be relatively correct. It kind of pisses me off if I get it right. But I'll keep on playing the game. having some fun. Yeah. Thing about this is old Holland paint, and I'm using a lot of it, so even my paintings are a little bit expensive, even when it comes to the paint itself. So nice when the sun hits, that evening sun. It's just beautiful. I love it. It's almost like somebody put a spotlight. It's like God put a spotlight. Well, I shouldn't talk more about gods. I don't believe in any gods. Anyway. I have a good friend that is a Christian who started to argue with me about evolution again yesterday, and I told him so many times, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 of them. Yeah. And I told them so many times that we don't have to go through all that discussion about evolution and stuff. It's a Norwegian guy, it's a very nice guy. But suddenly he didn't want to leave it alone. And kind of have to debunk it again and again. We had that discussion. I mean, we had that discussion 50 times even before I met him personally. I see, why the hell should we actually go through that again? But I guess that is like it is. Of course he wants me to be saved and all that, and it's kind of sweet, you know. And I don't mean that in a condescending way. He's a genuine person. But he knows I'm basically an anti-theist. And you should just leave it alone. But if you want to discuss it, of course I'm going to do that. I mean, yeah, well, it's fun. I do argue with people who wants to argue. I like a good argument. So, yeah. See now, something on top here, something on the top, and there's something. Okay, this one goes all the way up. This. I'm gonna clear these things up as I go. Just want to get out. So like this. Okay. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one number. Okay, that's good. It's correct. You see how sketchy it is? It's just totally dissolved and fun. And if you look at paintings of Tunnel, that is exactly what you see in them. He has just gone over them and over and over and over, fighting to create that beautiful surfaces, these painted surfaces that are so stunning, so beautiful. And that is what we should do. My friend Kyle from the Americas, which also is a devout Christian actually. He's a very good painter when it comes to landscape. Very detailed, very loose. He's asking me all the time. I'm not saying this because he doesn't think I mean it. He is so good in what the approach he's using in his paintings that I don't even see, when it comes to landscape, I don't even want him to change his technique. I just wanted I would like him just to evolve it, you know. And Kyle, I know you're listening. Just do what you do. What I can help with more, I think, is actually maybe portrait and still lifes and stuff like that. But what I also noticed is that a lot of atheists, and I used to kind of believe that myself, believe that the religious people doesn't really believe what they say they believe in. And that often brings with it some harsh or arrogance when it comes to religious beliefs. And my friends, the people, I also know a German lady, Catherine, which also is a Christian, who loves my paintings. I think she likes me too. Very nice lady. She is also a devout Christian. But they are all honest, very honest people. And that kind of honesty leaves open the door to the child within them. They haven't closed up their emotional things. And both Catherine and him is quite good painters. So you don't have to, despite being a religious person, it doesn't mean that you are stupid on the shall we say, the playful level. You may be a little bit impaired when it comes to objective reality, or actually very impaired. I think, of course, they don't think so. And that's fine. But it doesn't mean that people are stupid, emotionally stupid, maybe a little bit childish when it comes to the emotions, like, but you're not evil, you're not stupid. There is, I mean, the brain is strange because it can actually hold kind of crazy beliefs. Even in very educated people, even in the sciences, are able to keep up their religious beliefs despite that they are constantly working with things that actually disprove everything they believe in. So there is a disconnect between what the brain actually can believe and what is, or the brain, there's different layers basically. Yeah, something like that. It's not the emotional brain and the intellectual brain doesn't really communicate that well. And everyone who has been in love, actually, I tend to view religious beliefs by like being in love. And they are in love. They are in love with Jesus or Muhammad or the Buddha or whatever. And this feeling, this personal feeling is so strong that they see it as objective reality. And I actually also used to believe that my own subjective opinion actually was or represented objective reality, but of course it doesn't. Well, it can, but usually it doesn't represent objective reality. So that is probably why we have religious people, because it's kind of a feeling of being in love, like when a child feels seen by his parents, something like that. The need for some. But I'm pretty sure that at least Christians are basically in love with Jesus. And it's a feeling of definitely being in love. And yeah. And I've been in love. I was in love, deeply in love. I've been deeply in love several times in my life, but I experienced this total breakdown, basically. I was so in love with a girl, 5, probably still am, in a way. A few years ago, it's almost 6 years ago now, that I just couldn't let go. And the feeling was so real to me that it was almost impossible for me to see or realize that she didn't go for feel the same. And she was also quite nasty, so at times, so that left me with a lot of sorrow actually afterwards. Yeah. Put the cranes in. But even me, who knew that my subjective opinion wasn't able to stop believing that if only if she could see me the right way, or if only I could turn it around and get it back to how it was in the beginning, before I kind of was dumb enough to tell her that I was in love with her. a thing you should never do with girls. Do not tell them that you're in love. Wait until they ask for it. Make sure they have given you everything before you tell them, because if they are a little bit in doubt or you stress a little bit too much, you will lose them, even if they like you in the beginning. Girls can't handle weak men. So whatever you do, do not show a girl weakness. It doesn't work like in that movie, you know, that when he stands out there with the signs and the roses and everything. I actually felt like doing that when I was in love. Go to her house with these placards and all that, and it's just crazy. Oh fuck. Yeah. Anyway, that's probably how it is to be in love. And no, believe in God too. You know, God sees me. God loves me. So yeah. Sorry, Kyle, I wasn't really going to talk about this, but you know me, I just keep ranting. But I have no problem believing that they believe in what they say they believe in. That was my point, and I empathize with that. And I didn't used to do that. Even the jihadis blow themselves up, screaming Allahu Akbar right before they die. Even they really, really believe in what they say they believe in. And we should take that serious. If you want to understand the jihadi, you have to understand how deep their feeling of truth are. And kind of empathize with that. At least sympathize with it, you know. It's hard to... No, it's not hard to put myself into their shoes. It's not that hard. Because if I believed in what they believed in, it is exactly what I would have done. I would have fought for global jihad. And if I was a Christian, I would probably travel to Israel, trying to convert Jews to Christ, so we could actually get Armageddon going. Why wait? I mean, I'm going home. So, strange. It's a strange world. Humans are some really strange animals. Sometimes you think that even children are smarter grown-ups. There's going to be people there. That's why I'm marking this. Oh yeah. And now I just need to get some fracking sleep. Sorry for ranting too much about this, but you know me. Zoom a little bit. See how it is. It's just a lot of colors, 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 colors. Okay. another day, another layer, and I will do my Retouching Varnish first, and then I will put on a layer of glaze and bang on for a few hours. And yeah, you see, I can get the colors out. Let's see, that's dried quite well. Now, okay. Yeah. See here. So, oops. Ah, shit. Anyway. So then this will dry for about 10 minutes, something like that. I want it to be a little bit sticky when I put on the glaze, but not wet for some reason. So yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. Time for the glaze. Time for the glaze. Yeah. So I will probably do that a couple of more times, but now the medium I use is 70% turp, this is called, and 30% linseed oil. As I think there are some, or is, I'm not sure in this one actually, there is some cobalt varnish in it that makes it dry a little bit faster. I'm not really sure. So. Can show you the bottle after I've been doing it, and maybe read on it, so I am sure, because they have different types, some just different, totally linseed oil, which is great. As you can see, it is a reddish, more reddish color I put into it now, or blue violet color, and I don't know, you find your own way. You find you can do this with whatever color you like. If you want to do little, if I put a glaze now with just lemon yellow, everything would turn green in a way, because, or greener, because the blue would reflect through the yellow and create the illusion of green, but this is a very warm painting, so I think I want to start doing, I'm actually going to buy myself a new lens, which is better. This lens isn't that good, it costs a lot of money, but I think it's worth it, and I can also zoom into totally small detail when I paint, all the way into small details. So I can make videos with more kind of purely lessons and focus on that. This pencil is actually brilliant to do this work with. It's just so flexible. I got it for a birthday party many years ago. I think it was my 40th birthday, so all 10 years ago. I'm not sure it was, but and there was actually some people that was with a friend of mine, a girlfriend of mine, that had a store that sold these. So maybe I should check it out because these were really good. Then I will scrape it down a little bit, as I usually do. This is just to take away some of the excess oil. I was training hard today. My legs are doing great, so my new hips are great. I can stand here for hours on end now without hurting. Well, stiffen up a little bit. And 2 big operations in a half a year. It's taking a toll maybe on my mind, on brain, also the pain I had for many years, but I think I'm going to start really kicking back now. Hope so. We'll see what happens. Yeah. So, here we are. I'm just going to start there, actually. And I'm going to try to keep this painting as open as possible. So, I need to get my ass to New York and look at, or London, and look at some paintings of Turner. You know, they have some beautiful Turner painting on in the Frick collection in New York. It's a beautiful gallery, a museum beside Central Park, and it has some of the most beautiful Turner paintings I've seen. And if you want to do landscapes, I mean, Turner is basically the guy. So, yeah. I'm just going to have some good color in this. So, okay. Pencils. Yeah, I have some here. It's good. I like to use these flat ones for this work. Since I'm gonna zoom a little bit in here so you can actually see more of what I'm doing. Like this. Okay, I'm starting. Yeah, it's always exciting to start like this. Yeah. Must have some glasses. You know, I'm so sure, you know, everybody thinks Rembrandt evolved into this almost abstract painter. Not abstract, but very dissolved. I think he lost his eyesight or something. I know I've said this before in my videos, but when you look, I have +1 now. Some days I don't need it at all. If I stand like here, I actually don't need it. So I don't think I need it today. It's only if I get into here, I start to dissolve. Here is okay. And yeah, so I do think Rembrandt basically got into trouble because he lost much of his eyesight. you know, the palette has to be kind of down here, and yeah, I'm going to make another rendition of a huge landscape that I have been doing 2 times before as a commission work. I'm starting with that soon, but I have some bigger fish to fry before I get into it. Now, the good thing about this glaze is that when I put paint on now, it kind of sticks, because it also dissolves the Retouching Varnish, and it kind of mixes in. Maybe for my palette actually. Of course it's 6 in the morning here, so typical of me, working all night and getting into this flow. When everybody gets out of bed and goes to work, that is when I am on top. But, you know, it's okay. So, I try to, if you can see what I'm doing, I'm trying to get the whole, to mix different colors into one another on the canvas. When I do this work, I don't mix much on the palette. So yeah, some cranes too, and I can see I actually misplaced them a little bit, so I need to fix that to get them right. So I just have to take them away, and that you can see actually in the Turner paintings that he has been moving things around a lot. So it's not. His painting isn't that fixed. I think when he painted on them, he kind of was moving, constantly moving things back and forth. And yeah, that's my hypothesis or theory. I think maybe there is some. You can actually see a big difference between the painters who are trying to be more photorealistic, that the approach is very different from people who just want to be pure painters. And for me it's almost like try to do both. I think there's something wrong here. This one should be a little bit higher, and then, oh yeah, up here. Oh. That's the problem, you know. I need to get these things placed right, the right spot, and stuff like that can actually really drive me nuts, you know. So a little bit higher here. This is just an approximation, so I will keep banging on that. Well, it seems to, if this one is here, smaller, but I will try to keep everything loose, and hopefully it's going to be okay. This one I think is a little bit tighter there. Yeah, I think that is it. See now? This one comes about maybe here. This one is a little bit higher. That is a thing that happens when you don't use projectors. The eyes are a little bit limited to what you can actually see. So I'm just going to do an approximation. So not a good pencil for that work. But at some point you just have to stop and go for one setting. And yeah. This one. No, that's too tall. I can see it now. It's way too tall. That is not right at all. So then I have to remove it. Yeah, it's wrong. So it's a good thing I saw it now. Just gonna try to make it into a lot of brushworks. So, what the fuck is going on here? Just do it like this. This one is too. Yeah, I think it's to be a little bit more. Yeah. I have struggled with this one before, so when I was sketching, I just couldn't get myself to decide where it was going to be. And yeah. Now I'm mixing here a little bit more desperately, and I think this one has to be approximately here. This one is actually going down like this, and we have to get the, we have to get the color again. Perspective, right? Yeah, that's the right word. Hopefully I will be able to do this painting. The thing with this painting is that it's extremely difficult to do for a bunch of reasons. It's very vivid in its colors. There's a lot of stuff happening in it, so it's difficult to see exactly where things are. And since it is from Oslo, it's also a thing that kind of makes me a little bit neurotic, because everybody knows this motif, and it makes it even more difficult. You can't really screw it up. So. But, you know, these cranes are kind of very elusive. And, that is the typical mistake you're doing, even I am doing sometimes. I make everything too drawn and try way too hard to get it right, instead of just let everything become a painting flow, which is a much better way to approach it. You know, there are some real strong light sources here. It's here, it's there, it's there. The building. So if I focus on getting these points of light as correct as I can, the rest will kind of just fall into place. So, yeah. It's quite cold in here today. I think it's starting to become winter outside. Winter's coming. Yeah, that was a sad thing. They treated the last episode of Game of Thrones. And these guys gonna make Star Wars? Fuck that. And the next trilogy, which I'm never gonna see, probably. I will be done with Star Wars when... I mean, what they did to Luke in the second one was just horrible. I mean, why couldn't they just build on it the same characters? Brilliant characters. But no. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about Star Wars. Yeah. So you see what I'm doing, I guess, and there's small people in it, so that's going to be fun. But I will add them basically roughly a little bit, but then closer to the end I will start adding in these small figures. I will add them now too, just to kind of get them in there. I kind of one I can see. I'll go deep in. These stamps here, and they actually cast a little shadow on the wall there. But it's so small, you know, you have to break your back to get it in. But it's stuff like that can actually be quite cool if you can go so deep into it that you can actually put in an illusion of a tiny person casting a shadow on the wall. I mean, if this painting was huge, which it could be actually, because it's a nice motif, very rich, it would be possible, or even easier to do it. So okay, I'm gonna keep on banging on, and see you later. Okay, here we are. I had to rearrange everything here because the lines were totally wrong, and yeah, shit happens. That is what happened when you basically believe that you're better than you are. And I think I even did a little bit too much. I just had to measure these lines. Now this one and that one is at the same height. And yeah, luckily I'm not gonna make this is not supposed to be could almost not use my glasses today. But anyway, it's not going to be a photo, so it is supposed to be a painting. So I'm going to be quite rough and keep it open. And yeah, just mold it. It's very thick with colors here now. And I'm gonna try to paint this basically wet in wet. It's a very good way to, if you paint it wet in wet, when the colors dry, you basically have to go over everything again to get it wet in a way, so you can mold more colors into it. Not if you are all the way at the end when you just do some glazing and some touch-up. So I enjoy keeping it wet and wet. When it's going to be kind of a more... what I'm doing here now is basically almost building a relief. Now I can actually see that this line is going to be, because I have been going back and forth with this here very much, many times, actually for hours to decide how it's going to be. Then in the end I just picked up my mirror, which is going to be a, I wouldn't say blessing, but it can be good help. Just take a mirror and you look at the painting and you look at the photo and the painting and the photo, and suddenly you actually start to see your mistakes, because this mirror is a kind of object. When I look at the painting, I'm becoming subjective. For some reason, when you look at it in a mirror, you are tapping into the objective parts of your mind. You manage to take a step back because it's probably because it's you get a bigger distance to it. You get a double distance in the mirror, and you also turn it. Turn it mirror-wise, so you actually don't see it as you usually do see it. You see it like in the mirror, yeah, speilvendt, as it's called in Norwegian. Speilvendt, which would be correctly translated into English as mirror bent. Or mirror reflected, yeah, speilvendt, mirror reflected, so it becomes the opposite. It's like when I'm looking at myself in the mirror, I feel that I'm quite symmetric, but when I look at myself on photos, that is not, of course, not speilvendt. My nose is a little bit to the one side because I was, you know, I've been in fights in my life, and I've been punched in the face a few times, also in boxing and stuff like that, so it almost broke. I guess it's the cartilage or something. that has been kind of twisted a little bit, or maybe I broke it a little bit, I don't know. I remember one time when I had been in a fight, I could actually take it and could hear inside the nose. It wasn't actually swollen, so I didn't think it was broken. But it turned it a little bit to just a tiny bit, and I can actually see it. I can't see it in the mirror because I'm used to my own face, so it's not that severe. But when I see myself in reality, if I saw myself in a mirror and had a mirror, that, yeah, I would actually see it. It can also, of course, I'm not perfectly symmetric, so it can also be that. I'm quite symmetric actually, but I'm not perfect, like Brad Pitt or something like that, you know, or Angela Jolie, which is basically almost perfectly symmetric. My mother is actually probably perfect symmetric. So, yeah. My brother is actually not that symmetric, and my father is a little bit, yeah. Okay, that was a digression. Anyway, what I'm going to do, I'm just gonna keep on adding colors in and I'm gonna just, like I did the big when I did a big landscape from the graveyard in Norway, I just kept on kind of building using the brush strokes, just basically impressionist style, and that's the way I should do this one too. I shouldn't try to go in and every tiny detail. No, fuck that. That is a different process. If you should do that, you have to, yeah, you probably also have to, if you want to have a perfect rendition of a photo, perfect painting, I think you have to use a projector, and I will consider that just cheating. That would, yeah, period. That wouldn't be nice at all. So, yeah, you see, I could actually go this way also, so we go back and forth. So in the end, this line will basically be if you see it from the side like that, it will kind of come out of the canvas. That is when you have actually built the relief on a kind of a micro level, but it's there, so it becomes very physical. The whole painting becomes very physical. I'm also looking forward to putting all the small people, but I will do that later. I did everything wrong in the beginning, and that is what happens. It becomes so time consuming when you do that. So I should start, and I am going to start doing these things more, be a little bit more careful when I sketch things, especially things like this, because when it comes to buildings and stuff, it's very important that they are correct. You know, an onion is basically more relative, but you know, buildings and perspective isn't relative. You can't say, oh yeah, it was that way, you probably built it wrong. No, they didn't. You painted it wrong, okay? Don't kill yourself. So, yeah. Yay. That's kind of being honest. Honest painter. If you fail, just tell it. Just tell it. I failed. You know, it's also, you know, just letting go and actually daring to put on more paint and put on more on the canvas can be a challenge for many people, especially in the beginning when they paint. They are so hung up in getting the motif right that they forget being painters. When I started painting in the beginning, I did very nice sketches, but I have no means of actually ending them or making them finished, because when I went from the loose sketch and I tried to become, I kind of stopped being a painter and I tried to get the motif right, and I didn't understand brushwork and brushstrokes at all. That is also something you have to evolve over time. The appreciation for the brushwork itself, and you know, when you do a brushstroke and you stop and say, wow, that was a good one, that one, but sadly it's so early in the process that you probably have to kind of paint over it. But remember, even the brushwork, and in the end, when you start to get to the finish, you can put in some strategic, very nice brushworks that just enhances the whole painting and just brings it out and gives it that bang punch that I'm after anyway. That's the thing that I'm after. I'm actually fasting today. I haven't been eating for 20 hours. And I think I want to go through tomorrow evening, maybe. Or maybe I have a meal before I go to bed, like some fish or something. Some veggies and fish, just to give myself the fatty acids and stuff to build my mind after painting. But maybe I just keep fasting. And my brain is just beaming, you know, when you fast, oh God, it's like you're high. And you have these waves of hunger. And the waves of hunger comes every time you come to a point where you usually would eat something, but then you have just have to, you can take a cup of tea or some lemon water or apple cider vinegar or something, coffee, and you just wait, and after like 20 minutes it passes, and it's like the body just stop feeling hungry, and then you keep on burning fat. And being in ketosis, fat burning mode, is just great. You know, when you don't eat any carbs, the body is producing something called ketones, and the brain is choosing them over. I didn't know these things before, so I ate totally wrong. They are choosing the ketones that the body are producing from the fat, body fat or fat you eat, and it's a much easier source of energy for the brain than carbs are, or sugar. And there's a lot of research going in. It's also anti-inflammatory. It's very good for you, and it builds the brain. And it actually, probably, it's gonna stop you from getting Alzheimer's and stuff like that too. Inflammation, and inflammation leads to Alzheimer's. So it's a lot of good things. You know, my brain is so important. It's extremely important. It's the only thing that matters, actually, is my brain. So my brain has to be treated like... My brain is the cradle of my existence, you know. It's without my brain there is nothing, you know. If you take out my brain, and what would I be? I would be absolutely nothing. There wouldn't be any thoughts, there would be no sensations, there would be no painting. So the brain, as an artist, you should teach yourself or learn what you should eat, what you shouldn't eat, what to stay away from, to optimize your brain and of course your body, so that you get the most out of your life and your painting and everything. You know, here now, I did like this, and when I go in now, here, it kind of evolves this line in that, so it also becomes relief, if you see it from the side. I'm not going to build it out like this because then it can crack later and stuff, but I build it out. And I'm a very physical person, so I guess my paintings are also very physical. How I paint and how I interact with them is in a very physical way. I'm not the kind of artist that oh no, there's some flying around and oh it's so spiritual, all that bullshit. I'm not that kind of a person. I can't stand artists that are like that. I'm so spiritual. Oh, my painting is like transcending God or existence, or the even worse, I mean, if you believe in God, I mean, it makes even more sense in saying the cosmic consciousness, which I'm a part of, which of course I'm not. I'm dead as a doornail. Probably, anyway. I would like there to be an afterlife, actually. I mean, even hell would do. Or maybe not, I don't know. I almost said even heaven would do, because you go in there and you meet the chief dictator that tells you to bend your knee all the time, and you have to compulsively love the guy. And I'm not interested in compulsive love. It's like my parents created me, despite from the universe, of course, and evolution and natural selection and laws of physics. My parents created me. I didn't ask to be created. Okay? And if I didn't ask to be created, I don't owe them anything. Okay? I don't owe my parents anything. And it's the same thing with a God issue. You really don't owe him anything because you didn't ask to be born. Okay? If you ask to be born, you might think, okay, I might owe him anything. It's like my parents. You know why I owe them a lot? Because they have been so extremely good to me. So extremely good parents. So beautiful, so nice, so loving, so everything, that I owe them. But I don't owe them for just creating me. The only thing they had to do to create me was actually fuck. So I owe them for being so nice. I know this is a total digression. And that is kind of the worst thing that pisses me off with religion. in general, you know, this notion that you owe God something. And that is just wrong. And that is why I know it can't exist, because an infinitely intelligent being would know that you don't owe him anything just because he happened to create you. So therefore, God disappeared in a puff of logic. Sorry, Kyle. No, you know I love you. Kyle is a very nice Christian friend, I would say, who is a true believer. And every time I talk about this thing, I think about him and also a couple of other people that are deeply religious that I know. And I don't want to insult them, but you know, I can't just stop talking about these things because I know a few religious people that I like. The religious people I actually know is also strong enough in their beliefs to not be affected by it. And they keep praying for me and stuff, and I really appreciate it, so it's a good thought, you know. I guess they don't want me to go to hell. I mean, if I believed in the same things, and I saw my children or people that I loved or liked really go to hell, now, if I believed that, I would pray too. I would beg them to become Christian. Or Muslims, if that was the thing. So, yeah, I understand it, and I really know that these people mean it. And I appreciate it. I used to mock it, you know, I used to be arrogant about it. But then you get to know people and you see that these people are actually nice. They may have ideas about, you know, gay people, science stuff and stuff, but they are not evil. They're nice people, most of them. I mean, if you're a Christian, you should be as nice as possible, because, you know, do not judge, because if you do, you will be judged. You shouldn't judge. If you're a Christian, you are not allowed to judge others, and the Bible is clear on this. So don't judge. I mean, Christianity, maybe, I mean, my hero Christopher Hitchens said that, how this thing said, name me an act, a moral act that atheists can't do, that a Christian, only a religious person can't do. And they couldn't find one. And I don't think I could find one either. But there is one thing I know, that some people who were extremely bad have actually found Jesus, has actually changed their lives and become better people. Of course, there's a lot of psychology in this, and the reason why they became better people is probably because their life was miserable in the first place. You know, you're not being an asshole doesn't make you happy. That is true, and that is a truth. Being a nasty person to other people do not make you happy. It may give you that power, sense of power, but it will never make you happy. And you see that with these dictators and people, you know, because actually power, exerting power over people, gives the same bang as sex and food and drugs, and so they can actually be addicted to power, and they become miserable if they don't have it. But they also become miserable people because chasing power destroys your capability of deep love and connection with other people. So it's a double-edged sword. The same as pornography, you know. You jerk off, you come, and you feel good exactly when it happens. But in the long run, pornography drains you. It destroys your mind if you get really addicted to it. And I have been addicted to so much shit because I was depressed that is ridiculous. And I can guarantee one thing: it has never been porn or even casual sex or anything like that that have made me happy in the long run. What makes me happy in the long run is this. It is taking care of my body. It's like smiling to the one who serves you the coffee or the food, giving a little bit of a tip, talking to a cab driver. I mean, interacting with people, helping people. That is what makes us happy. And short buzz is a very destructive force. It is the creative process, the connection with things that will make you happy in the long run. So yeah. Okay, that was a long rant about everything because of some painting stuff. Maybe some of you get something out of it. If there is one great reason to paint or do creative work or whatever you like, it is because it will make you feel better about yourself, and the interaction with a creative process will build your brain, you get a happier person, and yeah, so keep creating, keep painting, do it as a hobby. You don't have to become a world famous artist, just do it because it's good for you. It's like good food. Short buzz is death, basically, if you get addicted to it. Yay! Okay. That was almost a half an hour. Maybe I should take a little bit like this and just do a little bit more. It's going to be a fight here, I know that fight, I know. I'm just going to an exhibition in Oslo in my gallery, with a gallery that works for me, and I might hate this painting intensely on that opening, or maybe I will like it. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. I'll show you in the end anyway. What I meant with the strategic brushwork is like, well, I can show you later actually. You see here, just push on, and then I paint over. And inside the building there's a lot of stuff happening inside here. So you just do like this and it kind of comes out. Okay, that was a half an hour, so. Okay, I am really struggling with this one because I did some mistakes here, and I can't really I keep on seeing things over and over again, if you know what I mean. It's like sometimes I feel that is big, sometimes I feel it's smaller. Now I feel it's too big, and that is the stress of it, you know. I have to because what happens is that you keep on working with it for such a long time that in the end you just aren't able to see, and it also is a time thief. When I started on it, I felt that it would be relatively easy, but because of the drawing and the buildings, and I probably didn't get it. Yeah, that's funny. I stood here and I felt this was too big and I wanted to cut it down there. Then I did this and I looked back at it, and now it actually looks relatively correct. But when I look back now, it actually looks... So... it can actually drive you nuts when you keep on... It is almost like the eyes are... My eyes can't decide what is right or wrong. It's just mind-boggling, actually, how this works. And I guess all painters who really goes into it as it is are experiencing these things. I think that is the, you know, if you look at the good paintings in the world, I think they have had that struggle, all of them, on a different level probably. I don't consider myself that good, but the point is that the struggles are the same when you actually get into when you really start to get into painting, when then nothing is easy anymore, you know. It's almost sort of sadomasochism. You're just chasing something that you never seem to be able to reach, and you're stretching out your hand and you just can't seem to get there. But you know, there's only one way, and that is to keep on banging the drum, you know, as I say. It is like my YouTube channel. When I had just a few videos, it was growing like crazy. But then suddenly, I don't know if they changed the algorithms, or it was my Muhammad video and some political stuff I posted that made me shadow banned. But you know, it doesn't grow and fast enough. But you know, if you give up, it will never grow. So just keep on. As I talk to my friend Cal from the South, from America, you just have to be consistent over time and just keep on posting and don't give up, and you just, because it's that was what I said to Cal actually. The point is that this is a good way maybe in 30 years when I'm dead, and my daughter takes over the channel and maybe remakes videos or whatever, because I have all the footage, maybe she earns some money on it in the future. I don't know. Maybe it can just stay there and generate money for her. And people can learn to paint long after I'm gone. That's quite nice. To think about. Not that it's not, you know, it's not that legacy has that much to say. And I will see myself age in real time, in a way, on YouTube. I mean, think of how many videos I will have put out when I'm 100. And I really get into the groove again now, and I start posting more and getting my shit together. Yeah, I think it can actually become interesting. So I will keep on banging that drum, you know, around. What was that movie again? That kid, that German, I think it was a German movie from the war or something. This kid, I think, yeah, the boy with the drumsticks or something like that. He was just so persistent, just bang, 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 bang. And, you know, sooner or later you get noticed. Somebody screams, "Shut the fuck up!" And stop doing that. Anyway, so I'm going to be positive, and if you see this segment in this video, please leave a comment. Just so nice when I hear people say, you know, that they learn from me and stuff. You know, it's very stimulating, and it's good for my algorithm. And share my videos with your artsy friends. Social media. You know, how thick is this compared to that? It's like 1, 2, 3. I saw this painter guy. Is it kind of John Ross clone? He's painting some horrible paintings on YouTube. And he has like 300,000 followers. And he can't paint. It's just so depressing. I mean, he really can't paint. Really don't know. It's just, you know, oh, see, I can paint a landscape in 10 minutes, you know, 1 hour, whatever. And it's just depressing to see how easy people are to be fooled. You can almost think, why the hell do we bother trying to put more depth and more intensity into these things when stuff like that actually get all that attention. But then again, I mean, the Urinal by Duchamp is one of the world's most famous artworks, so, you know, as I say, if nothing else proves that we are alone in the universe and we are left to our own demise, there's this fact that stuff like that wins when good things lose. And I think it's easier for, and Kyle actually mentioned this, it's easier, it's quick food, you know, they see this landscape be created in no time. And you know, when you look at the kind of when you look at the kind of entertainment people are searching for, it's never any heavy stuff. It's not things that will actually make you smarter. It is usually the main people, the main group of people in the world will seek the most superficial bullshit you can imagine. And maybe it is because they don't have the capacity to depth. You know, depth demands something else of you. Depth is difficult. It is hard, actually. It's not easy. Depth is not easy. So yeah, I think that might be a thing. So anyway, you know, I have to be. The thing that I don't mind that people can't paint, okay, if they are honest, if they don't have these high thoughts about themselves. I have this group that I'm administrator for on Facebook called the Oil Painting Artist, and I also have my own group where you can actually join and you can post your artwork. And there I'm not actually that selective. But on the oil painting artist group I'm very selective. I try to, I'm quite selective. I demand that the paintings are a little bit over average. At least at the 40%, 50% compared to my objective standards. Well, that's wrong actually. I think it's more 20% or 30%, but I don't allow amateur stuff. That is clearly just amateur stuff. And with that I mean no skill. It's not that, you know, even a skillless person can be called a professional if he earns money from it, so, you know, that doesn't actually tell much, but I appreciate the honesty of the amateur. The works of an amateur is usually very honest, and despite not being good, it's honest. And I think that is very important. Honesty. It's childish, almost childish honesty that you see that I had also. I was like that myself, and maybe I still am. I can't really judge myself, so maybe even I suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know, that I don't see my shortcomings. So, yeah, it's hard to know. It's very difficult, actually. See, I'm trying to there's so much happening in this, and I wasted this evening actually. I was supposed to work, and then I started posting stuff on YouTube instead, and I need to get my schedule correct. Then I have YouTube time, I have social media time to post stuff and do that, and then I have painting time. And it's so difficult with this brain because it's all over the place all the time. And my daughter, sadly, she has some of the same traits, and kind of warning her against the pitfalls of that. Yeah. Anyway, I hope some of my rants may be helpful to you. Never know. So now I had to redo the whole thing here. It was very time consuming. And I have problems with this one. I can't really have problems seeing how these things are. Funny, actually. I got closer. I am closer, so that's a good thing. The good thing is that mirror thing, that I can actually look in the mirror and get a better overview over things. I'm not sure if I'm going to succeed in this painting at all, because it is difficult when I have done. If I now suddenly see more mistakes, it's going to be hard to continue or actually get it done in the time frame that I have to do it. So it would be a shame not to be able to be in the exhibition, because I don't think it's good enough. It's better to stay away, delivering some half-baked bullshit. You know, when you get into, sometimes when you paint, you can get to a point where you stress so much that the cortisol levels in your brain and body goes up. And that is when you start stressing, and you can't really seem to get into the flow. And the flow is crucial to be able to go deep. And today I've been extremely distracted, extremely. And that is because I had a little bit less sleep. I was actually going to turn back my schedule, and I had less sleep, so I can actually see now in retrospect what actually happened. It is I didn't have so much sleep, so I went to training. I did some boxing, just on a boxing, bag, and stretched and rested, and I never really got into it. So, and then I start to do this YouTube video instead of starting to paint. And then suddenly it's morning and you haven't done anything with the painting, and you get depressed, and then the cortisol levels go up, and it's almost like a slippery slope, you know. I need to do one thing at a time. I knew I was going to do a lot on this painting today, and I didn't manage to do it because I was so... It's almost like a porn addiction. You feel stressed out and you find something and you jerk off for the 4th time that day. and it just breaks you. It breaks you mentally, it breaks physically, mentally, morally. It just destroys you. And it's really hard to live like that. Anyway, that was another rant. Yeah. Okay. I hope it's gonna turn out well. Let's see. Yay. Okay. Well, here we go. I am now into, after correcting a lot of stuff, I am basically now into working with more detail. And it is so important to try to keep it open. It's very difficult because I'm not really sure I like it that much. And what's nice, it's a lot of small people walking and you're standing around here, a couple here. And you know, when I get in these small things here, they start to come alive a little bit more, you know. And then I just put them in like impressions, and then I will start molding more around them with very small pencils, but in a expressionist fashion. No, impressionist way, fashion. Is that the right word? Anyway. So yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. It kind of gets more life into it. There's a lot of small details that I will be also to see. It's a shame that I always get out of time, you know. That's my problem. When I paint, I tend to multitask a lot, and in the end I kind of out of time in everything I do. Also has to be, despite them just being small touches of paint, they have to feel a little bit natural. If I could go all the way in, there's even small shadows, you know, but it's hopeless. I mean, this size, if this size was like 2.2 meters, I could actually go into all the small. I'm going to try to get some of it in though, because it's the way I am. Okay. See now, I was struggling here because I had to move everything. I had done some quite serious mistakes, and it was really frustrating there for a while. And you know, it's just how it is. See, I need that. These are quite nice. Also Da Vinci, I think they are mastering. They're quite expensive actually, pencils, but they are round and they have this nice bend to them. They kind of bend easily and have this very nice feel to them. So We want to go to New York, as I said, and see Turner again. I almost started crying when I saw Turner the last time. I was touched by it. It's like it's like listening to beautiful music. Just feel the presence of the person who have created it. It's a great feeling. I saw this documentary about a talk with Elton Musk, is called, yeah, about artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence will basically outdo humans in everything. But that is on a mathematical scale. Now everything is math, actually. Even this is math. But what I think computers will have problems mimicking in the future is basically human emotion. Or human touch. And by the way, even if you had a supercomputer who could produce even sloppy paintings, you know, paintings with mistakes, paintings that aren't that perfect, because that is actually what makes the human hand more interesting in a way, because we do mistakes, and these mistakes this struggle is transformed into a very dynamic result in the end. And that is also what is lacking in this digital painting, despite that it's actually human hand moving the mouse and stuff like that, because the program who is creating digital art or digital brushwork and stuff like that, they do not have that randomness. They can't actually make any mistakes. They can't make a bad brushwork. They can only make a imitation of brushworks. So they can't really make a bad brushwork, if you know what I mean. So anyway, there was a discussion if humans would have any meaning when we had the supercomputers, if humans would have any meaning, any drive, and even if there's not so many jobs left. Well, you will have time to learn things. You will have time to write your memoirs, and you will have time to travel more. You have time to learn to play chess and the piano. You know, the fact that a computer is better in chess wouldn't remove the pleasure of playing chess with another human being. Okay? So, it's just two different things, and the same with paintings. I mean, even if a computer can basically imitate most of what we do, doesn't mean that it takes away the pleasure for every human being to be able to create artwork. A computer-made artwork won't have the same. It will not be the same. Okay, if we manage to create a totally conscious supercomputer that is actually conscious, that has an inner life like we, which actually is a... I don't see how this would actually work, because, I mean, humans are so neurotic and we are so emotionally driven, the fact that we have reason doesn't make us smart in a way. Most people in the world do not do deep thinking. Well, that's how it looks anyway. And if people actually did deep thinking, things like sports, things like bad entertainment, like the Casadians? No, what is it called? The woman with a fake butt. Yeah, or Big Brother or stuff like that. People wouldn't watch it. Very conscious people do not waste their time on stuff like that. Okay? So it would be the end of entertainment as we know it. So what I mean is, what would happen if we actually create a extremely intelligent computer or a conscious computer? What will happen is that we have a super fast thinker with all the neurosis that comes with being conscious, because being a neurotic demands that you are conscious, and if you are conscious and you have introspection, which is basically consciousness, you won't be able to, you will be neurotic, you will have inner conflicts. And if you are a supercomputer that can actually solve these neuroses easily, you won't really be an emotional being, you know. It's strange because I can't see a supercomputer that can be stable while if it's emotional, if it has our kind of introspection. I don't see it. Maybe I should make a video on YouTube about this, because I just don't see it. It's very hard to see how. And we also know that our consciousness, which is just one part of us as beings, there is an interaction between introspection and emotion, and the conflict between these things in us is just it is mind-boggling. Okay, that is why we get fat. It's why we do things that is morally disgusting to us, but our emotions and needs actually makes us do things that we wouldn't recommend other people to do. And I'm no saint. So yeah. But anyway, the point was the creative process won't be lost just because we have supercomputers that can imitate human tasks. So, yeah, just some thoughts. So this will be a computer with a printer or a brush could do that painting probably in no time, and would look totally, would know exactly where to put it, exactly, it would be perfect, you know. And you can print into the program a little bit of randomness or imitation of randomness, but you would never get the real randomness. The randomness of waves and clouds and driftwood in the sea, and you know, you won't get that. That is I don't see that. Maybe I should talk to somebody who really knows more about it. But my thing with, as I say, with the difference between a supercomputer and a conscious human being is actually that we are flawed and emotional, and much of our creativity comes from this conflict between the flawed, you know, our faults, and our introspection. So yeah. Maybe we should... Why would a supercomputer be conscious? Does it need consciousness? Or would it be a spin-off? Just a random accident that it suddenly just awakes, like boom, it's suddenly conscious and neurotic, and it kills us all because it's afraid that you're going to turn it off, like in the movies. I don't know. I will see. Just think about the brain, how it works on serotonin and dopamine and all the chemistry in the brain that are actually contributing to creating consciousness. Emotions are dopamine, it's serotonin, it's, you know, my emotions is serotonin. Anyone who has tried MDMA know you can actually increase that dramatically. And you can change your brain just by drinking alcohol. And you become, many people become almost different people. How would a computer handle that? I don't know. It's strange. I think I'm going to make a video about this on my All About Knut YouTube channel. Now, okay, I'm sorry for me ranting away from painting all the time, but it is kind of the way I am. I am planning to start planning every segment and stick to the topic. But then again, my videos will be maybe boring for the ones who like my rants, but better for people who want to learn how to paint. When I paint the sea here now, I need to go like this. I actually painted an apple. I'm gonna post that video soon, which I actually build up like this, and it was kind of an impressionist painting on a micro level. Quite interesting, actually. I'm gonna post it. So. Can artificial intelligence actually make real art? That's a good question. Without the consciousness, it can't. It can only mimic it. And with consciousness, it would need interaction with all other sentient beings. So it would need basically attention, friends, love. Oh yeah, that must be a little bit more over there. Over there! I learned my English from speaking and movies and stuff. As a dyslexic, you know, it's a very good way to learn. Actually, when I went to when I was like 12 and 13, I got better grades in English than I did in Norwegian, because I had quite good pronouncement even back then, because I'm quite musical for me. Usually Norwegian the Norwegian dialect, in a way that people are speaking in English, is quite horrible actually. It sounds so flat and yeah. You know, I'm getting better at English, talking to you. That's a good thing. That's a good side effect of my painting, I guess. So, there's people up here. I just wanna, tomorrow I will start molding with small pencils, and I will do more close-ups and stuff. So, hope you enjoy. Yay, working with a C, and I kind of figured that I have to work a little bit with basically a lot of clean colors to get that clean feeling that the colors has in this. It will be very vivid in daylight. But the problem is if you actually mix, when you mix white into blue colors, they tend to become should I say, they lose their potency. And they can be frustrated because, but then again, you can actually do glazing on top of clean colors or on top of white, and then you will actually keep the clean vividness in the colors. And that's a way to do it, way to go. But you will actually get very vivid. I put some white in it now so you can actually see. I'm gonna have some more light here, and yeah. And also I try to do basically paint like this, I mean the sea for me feels like it's like this. Buildings can be that way, but this sea, and I do that, but then I do this again to create kind of the feeling of waves. I don't even have the time to go into a total photorealistic rendition of this thing. Maybe I should paint a huge painting of this motif. It's a very nice motif, but it's extremely time consuming if you're going to go all the way photorealist with it. But maybe I should try. I will not use a projector or anything like that. That I wouldn't do, because it takes away the things that are basically some of the most interesting things and most difficult, and that is the sketching process, which is some of the most difficult actually to get right. Now I also have these, and it's a brilliant pencil. It has it's a little bit more expensive pencils, but for this kind of work they are really good, because you kind of they are what do you call it? They are like it's like springs, you know. They kind of they are flexible, very flexible, and they are leaving a very nice brush stroke thing. And when it comes to the waves, they are kind of round, so I figured out that when I used more squared pencils, it's not that easy to get that wave feeling, but with these that becomes easier. So yeah, that is what I figure out. You know, you figure out painting as you go along, and that is the best way to become a painter. First, and you have to understand the value of brushwork, and that painting is about brushwork. And if you get that, I think you're on your way in many ways. I want to put in some nice details, and actually this painting was supposed to be finished now. So I talked to my gallerist today, so we'll see what happens. You know, sometimes I just feel so overwhelmed with too much work that I just want to take a break, you know. But things doesn't get done if you keep taking breaks. You have to take a break when you have done things. That's the way to go. So, I'm just going to stand here today and paint until I basically drop. And yeah. And these, just trying to get it. Get it right. You see? I'm planning to be, as I say, more correct in the sketching process, so that I don't have to correct this much, because I have to move everything, the buildings and stuff in this, when I've gotten quite far. and then you realize that you've drawn things wrong and you can't really get it to work for you, and that is a very time-consuming process. So the best thing is to get everything right from the start, approximately anyway, and then just move from there. This is the kind of painting where it is so vivid that it basically overrides my capability of seeing what is too much, too little, and becomes so subjective when it comes to the colors that it's almost impossible to judge my own work. There are a few paintings that I've done I'm actually able to judge. It is the Smal the Norwegian Jewish Holocaust survivor, the portrait. I think that painting is probably one of my best. There's a video on my channel, you find it if you scroll. And some of my figure paintings up to the task. Also I have, but especially that one. I mean, I really, yeah, felt that I put in some really good work there. And that was actually 2014. It's crazy, it's such a long time ago. You know, time flies so fast. I was joking with this kid in the store, probably in his 13 or something, and talked about something, I don't know. I talk to everyone, so. But said, you're young, you have a lot of time. But don't kid yourself, because I was his age. And it's not long ago. We were sitting in our huts in the forest and climbing trees and fighting each other, actually inhaling gasoline and got high and stuff. I don't recommend that, by the way. It's actually dangerous. We didn't know that. So, because we live in the country and we didn't know. Just, you know, just knew that it worked. So, but you know, time flies so fast, it's just amazing. It's not that long ago, I was 50, and in half a year I'm becoming 52. And it's crazy. 2 years went by in a heartbeat. As David Sinclair says, which is now doing a lot of age-related research on how to prolong our lives genetically, what kind of drugs we need to apply to get our genome up to speed and the information in the cells to be rejuvenated. So, I mean, a life is just a blink of an eye, and in reality, boom, and you're gone. And it's so sad. I mean, it's almost cruel, because we are conscious beings who know we are going to die. You know, we try to avoid it, you know, we try not to think about it. And we are distracting ourselves from it and stuff. And sometimes we actually distract ourselves so much from it that we aren't actually living. That is real tragedy. That is just, that is just such a tragedy. Just think about that. You have this one life and you're spending it on watching fucking Big Brother, all these horrible entertainment programs. So yeah, I would like to learn to play the piano, but I haven't got time for it yet. I seriously don't have time for it. I don't, and I just have to stick with my painting until I have got myself a better schedule. More. Was that nice? That looks like something. What? Yes. I bought myself this genome kit. I'm gonna do. I bought it 2 years ago. Didn't get around to it. But I'm gonna send it in and figure out if where my mom's black hair comes from. Okay, see, I just work slowly in directions. I try to keep it, I want to keep this in a way dry and painted, not oily, not that oily. Sometimes paintings can become a little bit too oily and feel unnatural, stiff. So if I can just put in touches, you know, I touch it and get it to live. That can be a good work strategy in this. I think I'm going to just work on this today till it's finished. It's like 4:30 in the morning, but I can keep on until 10 maybe. And I think I will have gotten a lot of shit done until then. And my schedule, my days are so screwed up anyway. I sleep all day and I awake all night. And I can't do anything with that now because I'm in a stressful situation. I have to finish a lot of work until I can start focusing on getting my schedule in order. So yeah. First things first. That is also the good thing of getting a real schedule, a real work time and free time and everything. You can actually get more control over everything. So even the food you eat, we have a plan, so it's easier to stay healthy. And being healthy is very important also as an artist, actually more important, because you are so, it's such an erotic situation to be in. Being an artist, being a painter, it is total neuroticism all the time. And yeah. And if you're not psychologically healthy, that would really add to your problems. So I would recommend healthy living if you want to do something constructive. See now, I just made it a little bit wet. Now I just go over it again in the directions. I can't paint every wave, so I just have to reach some kind of good impression of it. And in a way, if you just keep on painting and painting and painting, the laws of chaos takes over, and in the end you will get a pattern that feels natural. And you will also, I look there and I see, and you keep on adding and adding and adding, and the sum of all touches, all the time you turn around and you look, leads to that you come a little bit closer to the motif, the real motif, every time you touch it, every time you put down the pencil. So you just bang on. I guess that is why it's so difficult to paint substance, painting with substance, painting with what should we say? Painting with some substance, you know, with some depth in one go. Because you have to paint over and over and over and over to give it more and more substance. So, it's too dark. Yeah, it kind of looks like a sea, doesn't it? Hopefully. Anyway, see you later. Okay, do some work on the sky. You might find that interesting. So. Kind of our principle is the same. First I want to kind of shake it up a little bit, kind of even it out. What I do here. The clouds in this picture is very translucent, or they don't have any typical cloudy substance. They are more like, I think I said that before in this video, but they are more like just, you know, the light clouds that are there when the sky is basically cloud free. They are very see-through and doesn't have much water in them. So yeah. They're also quite red actually. So I need to use, is it kind of some reddish color that you find down here, but it's just underneath, and I guess the brightest part is this one in the middle here. And since it is that, I wonder if that is my computer, or if it is the film I took it with. I took it with a tungsten Diaz film. It's not digital, and it has a tendency to be a little bit bluish and reddish, kind of in the Kaplak range. Not violet, but almost. And therefore, the sky is basically a complementary color to that, which will be in the yellowish greenish range. So it isn't violet, it's kind of just blue with some red in it, and then the complementary color will be basically in a green but towards the blue. Yeah, it's nice to know these things, because when you know it, you actually start to recognize it around you. It's easier for you to pick up the colors that you are looking for when you paint, because you know how the color circle works. And also in the shadows, if you have a lot of shadows in a cloud, if you have a cloudy sky and you have more the deep, heavy clouds, you will have also the mix between the complementary colors in the shadows. So the shadows is a mix between the complementary colors that, you know, the red and the green or yellow, you know, yeah, blue, orange, green, red, and yeah. And when you start looking for colors in the shadows, I noticed that many people who start out painting, they don't know that. Nobody has told them. You basically have to go into Goethe's color circle, or actually it was my color the teacher in my drawing school, Sissel Kabosta. Sissel, her name was Sissel, and she taught me that, and that was so many years ago. It was 1989, and it feels like it was yesterday. We became good friends, but I haven't talked to her for many years, and I many times wonder how she's doing. She was really great when it came to, especially the drawing and the colors, and she was really brilliant drawer. And it's such a shame that she never became a real artist, because she really loved being creative. I guess it's life, you know. Life just happens, and it's like me. I was a welder in a shipyard. I have papers. I took a welding exam, doing pipes to the North Sea and oil production and stuff, and then I couldn't take them. I have kind of allergic reactions to the smoke, and I need to change my profession. And I was young, and I could start over. And with a union in my back, I got a new education, and I chose to go into drawing and painting. Actually, I didn't know what I was going into, because I wasn't conscious of what this actually is. I just knew that I wanted to do something, or to draw. I couldn't draw, but I couldn't do anything actually. I was a novice. I haven't been drawing anything since I was 10 years old. and 10 or maybe since I started running after girls, I would say. And that was very early when it comes to me. It's the only thing I have been thinking about for as long as I can remember. Anyway, so she got me into colors, and was loved by first brush stroke. And I've been doing it ever since. I went to an art school for 2 years. You don't really learn to paint, but luckily I had a teacher in a sculpture and a drawer, a brilliant guy called Krzysztof Naszylowski, this Polish guy. It was really great, sculpture and drawer. Fantastic, actually. I wonder what happened to him. It just seemed to disappear. I don't understand why he didn't really become more prominent, actually. But he taught me how to paint, how to think. And I was really kind of scared of the guy because he seemed so arrogant and stuff. But he got me thinking about object and subject. The difference between personal beliefs and objective truth. And as I've said many times before, that started the journey towards real openness and real introspection. And yeah, here I am, painting a sky. Bloody well, it was 1990 to 2000 to 2010, 2020, Jesus, it was 30, a lot of years ago. And it's like yesterday. So crazy. Like from 20 years ago. Wait a minute. No, 2000 to 10. It's almost 30 years ago. Gee. Krzysztof is probably dead. I think he was in his 40s somewhere. He actually fooled around with an ex-girlfriend of mine. Right after we broke up. I understand him. She was a beautiful girl. Matilda. Really beautiful girl. But I wasn't in love with her, so I broke up with her. Then she hooked up with another guy I knew. It's kind of a small town. Stavanger. Almost 30 years ago. Think about that, 30 fucking years. That is what I have left to live statistically. 30 years, that's it. And it feels like it was yesterday. You see how I'm painting now? I'm just trying to keep it loose. I keep it open. Just touching. These are brilliant to this kind of work. Usually I'll use my flat pencils, but this one is just I can actually get that woolly. It's kind of a woolly. hate when I say kind of. I've been saying that for so many times. It's a woolly, it is a woolly feeling. How can it be a woolly feeling? I wish I was better in English. I'm sure I sound like, you know, a total stupid sometimes when I talk. But I don't know, so who cares? People don't actually complain about my English. I mean, that would be extremely rude anyway. It wouldn't even be rational. I mean, you don't have to listen. You don't have to watch the video. Now, just cutting into it. And then I mix colors, and I also mix in the white on the canvas. I really do hope I'm going to get more done the next 30 years than I did the first 30 years, because I started drinking too much at some point, like once, twice or 3 times a week, and I wasted so much time on alcohol and being hungover and movies and porn and girls I shouldn't have been with. Not that it was their fault, you know, it was nice girls, but there were so many distractions. I didn't focus. I had no idea. You know, I'm so emotionally driven, and I didn't have the necessary introspection to understand that if you're gonna reach any goals, you really need to work on it, you know? You can't leave things up to coincidence. And that is why 30 years has gone by. Even the last 5 years is just I tried for a long while to only sleep like 5 hours a day. And that wasn't smart, because I was always fatigued. Yeah, only Donald Trump are actually able to do that for some reason. I think it's in the genes or something. Anyway, but if I can now speed up production and start finishing unfinished stuff, I think I will actually be able to get something done before I go. So, starting with this, should have been finished. So, yeah. So, I'm going to loosen up this, and then I just go over it again. I think that is the best way to do it. And so little time, so much to do. I'm going to work on this until I drop today. Until I can't do it anymore. That's what I'm going to do. And when I get into that flow, I just keep on going. And I start to get into that tense, beautiful dance where I feel I can do anything. And then I start to make YouTube videos when I'm painting. And I'm starting to multitask like a madman because I'm so high. And then I'm going to go to sleep and I can't get down. I can't get down. It's so nutty in me. Anyway, I'm boring you now. I wish I could play music when I was painting. And I could just make some segments where I talked about it. But I can't do that because of the copyright things. I have too many videos who are blocked because of that. And it's so sad. And you know, if you do it too often, they can actually delete your channel, and that would be fun. Have to start all over again. Now I have all the videos, so I'm also going to try to clean up my channel a little bit. So, see here, so, okay, I'll do like this. I need to get that nice transparent feeling. The best I can do now is just try to do as much as I can on the sky here. And then I kind of go back to the rest after that. That I kind of clean up the room. See here. Here too. Just need to dance over it in a way when it's like this. Get that whoosh feeling. Swoosh. Transparent. I just work over like that, and then I maybe just do like this again, over that again. I just keep it, I keep it like it's not really anything that has much substance except from exactly in here. There's a little bit more substance in there. There's some clouds here coming down like this, and it also has some more light over here. Goes up there, just like this. Down here. See what I mean? It just becomes a little bit whoosh, swish. So. Okay. I will turn off, come back to you later and show you what happened. Okay. I've been working for a few hours, slowly building. Actually, it's just 3 hours, but I am slowly. Yeah, I go over again and again and again and again, again and again and again and again, and then I keep on going over again and again, and then I see that I maybe have done something that doesn't compute, and I have to repeat it over again. Yeah, but it's a good feeling. I have a good feeling about it now. I have a lot to do down here though, and time is kind of not on my side. Well, shit. Next year I'm gonna really get really back to work, so no more pain in my hips, not anything. It's not as bad as before anyway, so it takes a while before the brain actually starts to get used to the new hips, but anyway, see here now, I'm trying to go in and throw away that shit. A toothpick in my mouth, my comfort stick. I just try to keep it totally open, no real detail. There's some more light coming in here, but I have to be careful because it can become very fast too thick. Maybe I should zoom a little bit so we can actually see better. See now. Shimmer is so yellow. I'm going to remove this. I need to get better to make my videos. I'm also going to get a better lens now, so maybe the colors are going to be a little bit better. I'm going to do some changes with my light in here. I think I want to have my lights a little bit further back, so the light kind of evens out a little bit more, that it doesn't become so hard. And yeah. And if it doesn't get sold in exhibition, I can always bring this back and work on it. So Actually, I don't need my glasses that much today because I can hold the palette further from me. I have another camera and I wonder about if I'm going to film both the palette and the painting at the same time, and maybe have an overlay of a small how I use my palette. That could be, maybe that could be something to evolve. I need to get better to, I want to learn how to play the piano. Maybe I should learn how to make videos. That would be smart. It's good for business. I mean, what is piano playing going to do for my business? Well, it will better my mind, my brain will get better at different tasks. Maybe I get happier. Then again, I get really happy when I paint a lot. The more I paint, the more happy I get. The less I paint, the more miserable I get. So what do you do? What do you do when you don't paint that much because you are just multitasking and watching YouTube videos and training too much and watching too much porn and, you know, stuff that I hate, actually. Especially porn. It's disgusting. It is actually disgusting. It is like being trapped in some room you don't want to be in. Anyway, you should paint more, as much as possible. What makes me happy? Go out and meet friends and dance. I love dancing, moving. I love training. I love taekwondo and martial arts in general. And I adore painting. I just love to paint. Painting is just the thing. And I like to write. And I like conversation. And I like to have an occasional dinner somewhere, even alone, or coffee. All these things. It's the thing. I love meeting my parents. I love my daughter. I love my brother. I even kind of love a few friends of mine. Actually, some of them I really like. And of course I love girls. Girls comes with a lot of side effects. They need a lot of attention. And as an artist, it's hard to be... You know, girls, in my experience, they demand that you give your life to them in a way, that you give them almost an infinite amount of attention isn't enough. And any deviation from that, they take as rejection. And that is just crazy, because I think as long as as I would do if I hook up with another girlfriend, which I think won't happen because of my age and stuff, but if I did, I would give her the most precious thing I can. I will give her the precious things I have to give. It's my honesty. It is my loyalty. and I would never be unfaithful to her, because I wouldn't like her to go around screwing other people. I would actually break up with her and never look back if she did. I would give her, of course, attention, but I wouldn't give her the right to rule my life. Because the painting and my goals are more important than any of that. So, there we are. There's too much uncertainty in humans. Anyway, let's paint. I'm the master of digression, as you probably have noticed. But see here, if you could actually see the, yeah, there was a guy, when I'm painting a photo, maybe I should actually have that photo in the video. If it is a nude girl or something, I don't want to do that. But if it is still life, I'm gonna do some still lifes from photo. So I'm gonna try to do that actually, so you can see how I think and how I work. And I could also, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. Trying to kind of doing this with my eyes, so I try to see the nuance. You know, when you look at many of the classical paintings, they're very, very smooth. The skies are extremely smooth. There's nothing much happening. There's some textures in the clouds and stuff. But there's not much happening in the painted surfaces. And I'm not after that kind of clarity. I want them to be a little bit more painted than that. But I also don't want them to feel chaotic. I want them to be both. I guess that's the, I'm stretching for paintedness and clarity at the same time. So I have an average 30 more years to do it if I become 80. It's going to be fun aging now, because I'm actually starting to age. I don't feel it yet, but especially with my new hips, I feel like I'm 15 years younger again. I can dance, don't feel any pain. Lost 10 kilos, doing intermittent fasting, ketosis. I think most of my inflation is out of my body. My depression is lifting. I know I have a lot of building to do, because I have been on a whack for quite a while. So, but it's going well, I think. So yeah, sorry for banging on this, but it's just my thought. It's so important to feel the pleasure of painting. When I was in pain, the pleasure of painting was rare. I have to use painkillers in the end. It kind of clogs the brain because you can't get the serotonin, you can't get into the beautiful flow. And even in training I had a hard time getting into the flow in training. So pain is really horrible if you want to do something creative. It destroys you. And painkillers, as I say, they kind of numbs out the serotonin and dopamine. All the love drugs in your head. You know that it's the same as so when I paint and I feel that flow, play music and I get into that beautiful flow, it is like being in love. And I guess if you've been in love for 10 hours a day, there's no wonder I'm happy. I'm happy the day after I've been painting. And the energy is just beaming. So, yeah. That was quite nice, isn't it? Brag about myself. See, I'm just kind of... It's impressionist stuff on a micro level. I just evolved this myself. Nobody taught me to do that. I never learned to do this. Okay? I just banged on and painted, and every painting has its own physics in a way. A landscape is different from a cranium. A photo of an object is different from a real still life, and so after a while you start to figure it out. You start to understand what you have to do to get it right, and it's really beautiful. I hope it's inspiring you. Even if you don't think my paintings are that great, which I could probably agree on. I'm usually not that enthusiastic, but the reason that I keep on doing it is because I love it. So, and if you could derive one thing from my painting videos, is what I talk about. I mean, the painting, and maybe even some advice about life and how to not throw it away. It's quite important, I think. How you think is like Christopher Hitchens. Like Christopher Hitchens, one of my greatest heroes, who wrote, among other books, you know, God is not great, our religion poisons everything, which I actually basically agree on. People are good not because they are religious, but, well, some people kind of get better if they become Christian. But anyway, he said it doesn't matter that it's not what you think that matters, it is how you think that matters. And what he meant with that is it is not your opinions, it's not your politics, it's not these things that matter. It is how okay, yeah, back to I wasn't any more room in the card. As I was talking about, it doesn't matter, as Christopher Hitchens did say, it doesn't matter what you think, but how you think. And what my point was it is a creative use of thinking and openness and not being stuck in your own bias for patently emotional reasons, but evolve and be creative. I must think that is what Christopher Hitchens actually meant. And yeah, I totally agree. So, anyway, funny, that was also wrong. What was it? Here, yeah, this one has to go. I have to lift it up a little bit. According to the photo, which you don't actually see. Wow, gods. Then I want to go down, and start with this and the sea for a few hours, despite that it's 10 in the morning. We'll work until I feel that I can finish it when I wake up. I can do it for like 12 hours tomorrow. I'm just gonna let it surface dry. It's also very important because if it gets more dry and surface dry, the paint doesn't really stick that well. And I like to, as I said earlier, work wet in wet, so I can get all these nice. That's quite important to work wet in wet. I probably said it before in this tutorial, but if you are a little, especially in a landscape like this, to kind of keep it open, can be a real good thing to work wet in wet and just almost knit the colors together into something that feels alive. I call it knitting. It's almost like, yeah, it is like sewing. It's like creating some woolly fabric. The woolly fabric of the landscape and the clouds. You know, when I start talking about religion and stuff, I always feel bad because of my American friend Kyle, which is a devout Christian. But he can take it. You know, I doesn't mean anything bad about it. I don't mean to demean any religious people. Because they believe. I think it's nonsense, okay, I make that clear, but it doesn't make people bad. Then, but as Christopher Hitchens did say, for good people to do good things. Well, I don't know what Christopher Hitchens said, it was somebody who said it anyway. For good people to do good things for its own sake, but to get a good man to do bad things, you need religion. And especially when it comes to Islam, I guess that is probably quite true. I don't see how you as a Christian can actually go out and cut people's heads off, because Jesus strictly forbids it. So I can't really see how Christians could do the kind of slaughtering that they have done during history and believe that they could actually get into heaven at the same time, because Christianity is very clear on pacifism and turning the other cheek and forgiveness and not judging and all these things. And if I became a Christian, I would take that very seriously. Not to judge others, let God be the judge. If I believed in Judgment Day and I believed in these things, I would say, well, it says in the Bible this and that, but I'm not the one to judge you, and I don't look down on you. It is up to God to judge, and if you don't want to judge, that is fine. You're a sinner, but if I meet you in heaven, I will be glad to see you anyway, you know. There are so many vicious people, even Christian people who are vicious. The ones I know are just super sweet. Stay now, my friend, stay now, and Catherine, and some other people I don't know that good, but you know, very nice people. I also know a lot of Muslims, and they're also good people. I guess they aren't fanatics. So. I mean, if you are an Islamist, you are ordered to kill or subdue the infidel, and that is a bad thing with Islam, which you don't find. Okay, what's happening? Yeah, okay. Tend to turn itself off. I have no idea why I did that. Maybe it's a good thing, so I stop talking. Anyway, I'm gonna work a little bit down here before I crash. It's like 11 in the morning. So I've been working now since last night. I've been kind of multitasking as usual, but I had a good flow, so yeah. There's a lot of stuff to do, details, and yeah, I can see that the same thing happens all the time. The colors are more vivid. The blue is more blue. The orange is more orange than in reality. But I guess it's just something I have to live with. And I say that every time, so you know. Hope you see now, actually. So I'm just going to do like, okay, I'm just going to do a little bit, no, I'm going to stay here now. I will do some kind of cleanup now, and if I find some faults, I'm just gonna leave them in, because I can't start moving things now. It's too late. Too late in the afternoon, as they say. Just get in some details. First I'm gonna make it a little bit wet, actually. Because it's quite dry. It's not totally dry, but it's superficially dry, and it's always good to dissolve it a little bit, because I'm going to put in some sweet details here that I want to I want them to fall into the paint. Yeah. It's kind of a the color there has blue in it, and it has the Alsavina Kraplak. It has many different colors. See, my eyesight is better, but right now it's better with the glasses actually. I have to go a little bit closer. It's a good thing that I don't become. I don't know what would be best actually if I got more short-sighted or long-sighted, but my father is long-sighted, so I guess I've always had perfect vision, but I guess I'm getting older, so that is what happens when we get old. Things start to deteriorate slowly. That's so annoying when young people say, "Oh, age is just a number." Oh yeah, girl? Fuck me then. No, just kidding. Well, young people doesn't know. Can't know that it's just a number. Because it isn't. It isn't just a number. It's slow decay of vision, of your body, in your mind, hormones, losing more hair, harder to build muscle, and harder to get young girls. So no, age is not a number. It is a physical thing. That you feel. But you can slow it down. But there's also other good things that age brings with it, at least in my case. More introspection, become smarter, stop doing stupid mistakes, or you do less of them, probably because you're smarter. So yeah. Anyway, it's gonna be a struggle, this, because I have to deliver it on Wednesday. Today is tirsdag, Monday, tirsdag. In Norway we call it tirsdag. Monday and tirsdag. Wednesday. It's actually in Norway it's called onsdag. Torsdag, Thursday, is actually Thor's day. So it's the god Thor. Oh. Yeah. I'm just gonna get this to become a little bit wet, as I said, so I can fill in colors. Would have been better to lot of time on it because I could. Well, whatever. Just gonna paint. There's some cranes here. That is the ones I want to have in today. So, it's kind of damped down. It's not vivid. It's almost, I feel like the sky here is, as I said, it's a kind of layer upon layer with both the Kraplak reds and greens and in each other. So in a way I have to basically mix the colors inside the pencil. I need to grab some blue and some reddish and some yellow and just let them glide into each other. Not mix them like this, but just let them, yeah. There's these cranes that I have to do like this. Just go over them. And then I just bring them back again out from the paint. Some strategic brush work. Now I kind of know where they are supposed to be, so I can just do like this, tone them down, and then I just kind of fish them out again. Maybe I should show you. That is the thing with painting. I need to solve. Maybe that's the thing. You know, I love solving problems. And maybe I should have been a scientist, you know. When I was a kid, I was so interested in, I'm still interested in science, but I was so, I was doing research all the time. I had aquariums with all kinds of animals, you know, these mosquitoes in it, and eels, and small fish, you know, freshwater fish, and all kinds of stuff. Oh, Prosit. Prosit, maybe. And in a way, this painting thing, I think when I started painting, that is what I kind of realized or felt. Same thing. And when I was a kid and I was walking in the forest and finding stuff. Same feeling. Humans are born scientists. And we shouldn't kill it. That is so sad, you know, all the poor kids in the world that never are gonna live up to their potential. All the cam girls, all the beautiful, conscious beings, all this beauty destroyed while we are eating ourselves to death in the West. So sad. So sad. And then some plastic fucking straws are gonna make any difference. Jesus. I'm so sick of it. The only thing we should care about is battling poverty and the loss of human potential. That's the only thing that matters. I mean, we should actually stop watching porn. If we know we wouldn't like to see our own daughter, I wouldn't like to see my own daughter go into porn. Okay. So why do I watch somebody else's daughter put stuff up her ass, you know? It's insane. It's insanity. It's a form of do unto others. It's almost like do unto others except. Okay, I know I'm ranting now. Probably getting bored. I'm hearing my own voice about painting. Painting. We humans aren't perfectly evolved and our brains aren't as rational as we believe, and we do things that just nuts. Just think about the carnage. I saw this documentary about cartilage, culture, cartilage. I actually had human sacrifice, so I mean, so much for that. But the Romans went in and they destroyed the place totally, utterly. They even tore down the houses, they killed everyone. Because there had been a war. Just the loss of all the knowledge and all ingenuity is just crazy. And been a carnage throughout all of human history. It's just nuts. Here I am. Almost 2020. "2,000 years ago, the Roman Empire was on their top. And it's not that long ago. I mean, 1,000 years ago, the Vikings were still around. And Odin and Thor was God, and we were warriors. ISIS on steroids. No, we weren't like that. We killed for no reason. At least they killed for a reason. saw. Okay. I also need to make this disappear into background. The thing with colors like this is that it's very difficult. If it was just a grayscale, it would actually be much easier to do it. Because I also fight with this feeling of it being too much. That is a strange thing. I always do that. Is it too much? Too much color? Too little, too much, you know? Okay, you see now? Just take these brush strokes down like this. And see now, there, this one has to be kind of here. This one is quite long. Okay, I'm just gonna. It's a little bit off. And of course, when it comes to me, it really annoys me. But as I said, I don't use a projector, and there are limits to how much I actually can see on freehand. And that has to do with my drawing skills, which aren't the best. That is not my strong side. I should work actually and evolve that a little bit more, because it's not nice to have holes in your capabilities. It's much better to you get, in a way, you feel safer if you have a little bit more control of your skills. So that's something I have to work with. I'm going to do some evaluations. Because when I was younger and I went to schools, the things I did was more training sessions, especially in art school and stuff, when I was drawing. I always focused on the finished product. And of course the teachers didn't like that, but I'm very result oriented, so but it was more like studying, so I should think a little bit more like that. See here. Yeah. That's also about leverage and the time I have to do it. See now, it's going to be a little bit taller. Probably go back and forth a few times with this. just have to. Oops. So, yeah, this comes up like this. It's more like that, actually. And you can also. Yeah. Well, you get the point. It was over 20 minutes, so. Okay, maybe it's interesting if I work with some close-ups. See what I'm doing. I'm actually trying to. It's only impressions of different things. I can't possibly paint everything in. That wouldn't be humanly possible at all, actually. So I'm trying to keep it as open and as possible, without trying to, because it's very typical. One can tend to wanting to do details, and it just ruins the whole thing. See, I do quite thick brush strokes here. And first I do that. I keep it wet, as I'm saying. I will, there's a line coming down there, and there's some people in front of that again. But first I do, of course I could have let it dry first, but actually I don't have any time for that now, so what I will do is to just place things approximately how it's supposed to be. And this line too is quite important because it's way thinner. It is small things like that, and in the end, if you keep on banging on, it will start to feel a little bit natural. At least it feels a little bit, you know, dynamic and not too rigid. You know, I can't really paint every dot. I could, maybe. It is tempting to make this into a 2.2 meter painting where I go just totally apeshit on it and try to just get every detail, but also keep it open to make it into a just stunning work of art. You know, where the colors are just beaming and falling out. Of course, you cannot do that with this small one. That's the goal anyway. But you know, when things like this really get up in size and all the points of light starts to accumulate, and like here, the sun hits here, and you know, it just, and then this is reflected in the water here. So I just take quite thick paint and I just place it like this, and you get that kind of 3D thing. Yeah, it's a lot of thick colors here now. So this is so, it's so liberating. It's so nice to do. It's actually my phone that is updating itself. Maybe something went wrong. But you see here too, you just find these small, this line, and there is some nice, let me see, there's this one, then there's very nice things happening here in the photo. Maybe I should have had the photo actually. But then you will start, oh, it's not really how it looks. So maybe it's a good way for me to hide my lack of skill. It's my way of cheating. I'm a cheater. I don't do it exactly as it looks. So I'm a cheater. I'm looking forward to starting up my New York series with all the beautiful paintings. Here are some people, by the way. All the beautiful, beautiful things I've been doing in New York for several years. Oh, my phone again. Gee. It's annoying. There's some people there, and there's some details. Here's one. There's actually something happening there too. There's some people over here. There's some here. Deep in there, there's a car. There's actually a car here. You know, it's a car. Just I can't really see what it is. I just try to get that shape, approximately how it is, and yeah. These ones are quite nice. There's one person standing there. Wonder what's his name? Probably Johnny, or Knut, like me. His name is Knut, and that's his wife, Loretta. Yeah. Well, it certainly isn't me, because I was behind the camera. You see now, it kind of starts to come alive, because you know, it actually feels a little bit like people. And if you look at like Turner and the classics and stuff, it's kind of the way they painted it. They just gave an impression of something. And yeah, there's actually a tiny person sitting here. Underneath, not this one. Yeah, there, he's sitting there, probably having a little lunch, enjoying the view. There's this thing here, and it goes up, and there's some people sitting here, probably also having a nice day in the sun. Smal. I'm putting these spots of light in there. This is what I mean with a kind of a micro impressionist painting, where I just keep on building small details step by step, in the end, it starts to feel like the sum of all the touching comes to a point where the whole thing starts to feel quite natural. Nice, actually. Some building behind there. There's some greenish, yellowish thing hitting that building. Behind here. And there's a very thin line, probably some glass or something that reflects it, and there's something reflecting on top there. You know, when you do this for hours and hours on end, you really get into that deep and beautiful flow. It's a little bit harder for me to get into that flow when I'm talking and filming, but you know, getting used to it. There's also something behind there. Is that nice? Let me take a step back. Yeah, it's starting to come alive. It's just as well to start on this side and just move all the way over. It will take many hours. Hopefully in the end I won't throw this thing into the wall and say fuck it, I can't exhibit this. That I actually feel that I got somewhere with it. I will do some segments now of close-ups. So you can actually get an impression of what I'm doing. You know, if I have this one too bright, this dies. So one has to choose which part is going to be alive, and this part is. It's alive. See now, I need some blue, some reddish here, and then it just turns right over into the deeper blue here. A little bit more reddish. I'm using basically almost pure colors now that I just mix on the surface. So yeah, it's going to turn into something quite intense sooner or later. There's a lot of things happening in the sea here too, so need to get that to get it right. You see, And then you see what I see, that this shadow here goes more over there. That too is way more in the dark. The contrasts are very, because I took it with this tungsten film. See, now I'm dragging wet color into another wet color. It's a very nice way to work because you get kind of easy access to more natural overganger, as it's called in Norway. Why can't I really remember what when this glides over into the, there's a word for it, but I can't remember it now. Glides over into blah 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 something. I don't know. I just have to Google it, figure it out, and try to remember it once and for all, because I always have problems with remember that for some strange reason. Okay, this is way deeper, even deeper than that one. I wonder why. I don't know how what my gallery is going to think about this painting. I'm not even sure what I think about this painting. So right now I'm just trying to enjoy the process and not stress too much with what I think about it. This can be helpful, not to punish myself all the time, just give myself a little bit leverage, and don't be so nasty to myself all the time. I have a tendency to be really ruthless with myself, and sometimes you just have to let go of it and try to think a little bit positive. It's very important. Or it's going to be crippling. I was crippled by my own insecurity for years. I didn't go to the... I painted for basically 16 years before I went and got a good gallery. And it was really a coincidence. Sadly they don't have that gallery anymore. So I have another one now, but they did a very good job for me, so I have quite a good reputation and customers that buy my art, so that's good. The gallery I have in Norway now is kind of okay, but he has a lot of artists, so he's kind of focusing on the whole thing instead of promoting like a gallery should have like maybe 10, 12. Shouldn't have more artists than they can push every single one with full throttle. And there are some galleries who have many and are focusing more on having the gallery afloat. So I think, but you know, sometimes that sells. It's good. What I would like is actually a gallery in London, or especially New York, because I love the city. Or some maybe Florida, or some place that I could actually go and have exhibitions and travel more and meet more people. And, yeah. So that is what I'm actually looking for. Now with my hips fixed, I think I can start basically focus a little bit more on that, because the last few years now has been a struggle. So hopefully in a year's time I will be exhibiting in New York again. I should have, I mean, life is so short, so I should have had at least one exhibition a year. Okay, that's 22 minutes. Oh, so sad. You couldn't actually see what I did there. I did that. Yeah. So just going to do a little bit more so you actually see what I did. Look now, it's starting to come alive. Wow. It's actually much more vivid, and just as you know, in the camera. But it comes alive. What I did here was just kind of going over all the small things. And yeah, shame I didn't film it. Somebody probably sat there. I can't see. I guess Kyle probably did. He's probably praying. God, make him understand, we can't see. Anyway, so that's what I was doing. I just do spot, 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 spot. That's the only way to paint this now. I could do a big one. I'm gonna do, I have a beautiful picture from many actually, but I have this favorite from Times Square night. and I could actually do something similar with that and just go in and do spots and build light in this manner, you know, just go in and like here, these things are sending out a lot of spots of light. There's also some very yellow in there, so I just take some pure lemon or cadmium yellow, lemon, and I just put in a spot like that, and one here, and it starts to come alive. So yeah. Here too. And there's one there. And something here. Maybe that was a little bit too much. But it has a cool effect. You know, so, whoosh. Let's see what I do. Maybe I remove it. Maybe I keep it. It's quite interesting. Don't touch. Whatever they do, they must not touch this. Don't touch this. I can temper it down a little bit, I think. So, yeah, it's a little bit too much. I think it's stole from there. You see, it can actually steal from that, and then it actually loses its address or meaning or whatever you want to call it. Then you have some very blue things coming all around, like here. And I can actually, and there's some, you know, some shadows in the water here, the blue. I guess I've said this many times, in a way I am a closet impressionist. Impressionist in hiding. My teacher in drawing school, so she laughed and she was so manic. And you're a colorist, she said. Colorist. And that's probably right. I love colors. I love bright colors. Colors are alive. I love blue. My mother doesn't really like blue that much. But I do. I love blue. So, I guess that's where my mom differs. I think that was nice, maybe from a distance. It's quite fun. Anyway, I've seen how I do it, so in the next video. Okie. There we go. I'm working with more details, trying to figure out a good way to get this done. I have to deliver it today, so it's going up on the wall very wet. But I think it has actually become quite okay. I mean, how much detail will actually be enough? That's a good question. You also always have to struggle with, because I can't really get everything in. I think when people are doing photographic things, they must have a different technique, that they are going slower or keeping it down or doing something, because I'm sure I'm starting always very painted, and if I'm gonna do stuff like this, maybe I should hold back a little bit. And, but then again, it gives life to the thing. So, we'll see. At least it has a beautiful frame. Okay, I'm going to put in some lights. Also a lot of structures in these, and well, I can't really paint them all. I'm just giving an impression of these windows or whatever it is. Not really sure what it is, but I can give an impression of it. That's why it's called impressionism. And then I can give more life to these things. There's also some points of light inside. The sun is kind of hitting inside of the building. Yeah. So down, going down there, here, some reddish thing there. This is a more close-up type of thing, and you see now this one is actually, well, it's about there. I think we'll have problems actually finding the right spot where I took the picture. fluid. Goes down like this among the people. Then I will loosening it up a little bit after, or maybe not. Kind of explains some stuff. Let's also do something with the people there. The good thing is that you can put on some black like this and then just work around them. And there's a group there, guy in the middle, guy over there. Do like this. Something like that. You see how deep I could actually go into this. I'm not gonna post this video right after it's finished, because if it's not sold immediately, I will take it back after the exhibition and just bang on it. So yeah. Now there's so much happening in it, and you can actually keep on painting on stuff like this forever. So it doesn't have an inherent stop. Always, it's actually about information. Just pick up more and more information, and you add more and more information. So my day and night time is not totally out of whack. I slept until 10 in the evening, almost, and started working around 12 in the evening, and now it's like 10 in the morning, and I'm just gonna paint a couple of hours more, have a shower, take a taxi to the gallery, deliver the painting, and then I'm gonna just buy some painting stuff and maybe go to the gym, have an ordinary day, and go to sleep. Earlier, and try to turn it back to normal, and then I can start some normality, which I'm actually looking forward to. So everything hinges of how much you get done when you have a good time. If I have plenty of time, that is when you should actually work the most. When you're out of time, that is when you should be finished. Not like this, standing here, basically making compromises. because when you're out of time, you have to start doing or making compromises. You can't possibly get everything in, so you need to find a way to get it done. This one here. So much happening in this painting, and I just start seeing more and more and more. Ah, forgot you were there for a second. Didn't you hear that? Stop talking. Only concentrating. I'm looking for the things now that can actually enhance it. Can I twist it a little bit? Give it some extra 3D and some extra punch to it. It's quite yellow, and it basically turned to, you have a blue, and you have it's such a complementary. It's almost just like a map of complementary colors all over the place. It's just competing with one another. And yeah, so there, this one goes above here. More orange there, up there, and here actually. There's more reddish, more violet at the yellow there. And then it becomes a little bit yellowish over there. It's more like a cadmium yellow, or against it's not that vivid actually, it's more toned down like this. You know, the more you paint, the easier it becomes. And I do notice that now I'm kind of getting back into the groove again. It's getting easier and easier. It's like my neurons is now starting to connect after years of pain. There's red here. The wall here meets the sea. It's a very thin line. I think that was better. No, it's actually starting to feel a little bit more real now. That's good. It's always a good sign. So, very nice spots of light. It's kind of hits that building. It's the windows there. They are in the reddish sea. Have a couple of them here. It's here and there, like this. And there's one down there, actually. Yeah, all the way down here. Which means that this has to be a little bit higher. Actually. It's funny how the brain can actually just pick up these things, repeat shapes and stuff, and the more you do it, the more effortless it can do that. It's amazing, human brain. It's fantastic, and it's beautiful. Consciousness. Being. I think about how little, if anything, all the way back to the beginning of the visible universe hadn't happened in exactly the way it did, I wouldn't even be here. It wouldn't have mattered. If you're not born, it doesn't matter. Funny. That's the thing I'm thinking about when I'm painting. And I guess that's why I'm ranting about it all the time, because existence is quite puzzling actually. It is the strangest thing, I think. You know, in the infinity, in the multiverse, in eternity or infinity, the causeless infinity, I'm standing here as a part of it, doing this thing that gives me meaning. My neighbor is doing his thing, as you can hear. So, what I'm actually doing now is kind of cleaning up, doing so-called house cleaning. Trying to get the most out of it. Listen to that. Isn't that fun? Funny to think about. For many years I used to do a lot of my work basically hungover. I used to drink like twice a week for many years. And I was always hungover. It was so horrible. I had a kind of a stamina anyway, but now, when I don't drink almost at all, I just can feel my brain is so much more fluid, and it's so much easier to, there's kind of no stress. The good thing with this now is that I know that I'm kind of out of time, and I can just relax and basically do what I can do with the time I have. Because I could actually stand here and paint on a painting like this for a year. I'm pretty sure I could just keep on adding and adding and adding. I actually start to feel like it's starting to come alive. Isn't that nice? It's kind of like small details in here that have so much to say for the feeling of it being for one to start actually believing in it. So some small red things here, and we have these things in the windows that I was talking about. almost forgot, because now I'm actually starting to work all around, and that's what I'm going to do for the last 2 hours, I think. There's one. There's one. You know, it's all approximately, okay? I am not trying here to get it 100% correct, because, as I say, it's not. This one. There's one here, but this one has more light. So. One, two, there's one, yeah. There's one here. And there's something behind there, but that's behind the building itself. So I need to tone down the sky, and I need to work around the whole thing a little bit more. That's going to be fine. The sky, the sea, everything. So, whatever. Oh, it kind of starts to fall into place. 27 minutes. Wow. Gotta go a little bit closer. Okay, so you get the point. Okay, see ya. Okay, the last touch-up. Touch-up, not ketchup, but touch-up. Before I take a taxi to the gallery and deliver the artwork. You see now. Wish I had some more time, but you know. I am very tempted to do a huge one, gigantic one, and go really test me on the level of how much, but I have so many other things to do. I can do the same thing in every painting actually. Go, how deep can I go? How much can I, how far can I actually push it? How much, when I get my schedule in order, I will get a lot more leverage when it comes to time, and yeah. And I will go much deeper. I keep on coming back to that German artist that I like, the guy who is extremely he paints these huge, super detailed paintings, which are just stunning. And I can see how he works. He's very systematic. guess there goes a lot of planning into what he's doing, and he's using the time that is necessary on every piece, and maybe that's the as I did say many years ago to myself when I started out. Many people went to the Norwegian artist Knut to become a student. A friend of mine did also, but I thought that this idea that he's human, he can paint, I'm human, I should be able to teach myself how to paint. And I think I at least have partly succeeded. I have still a long way to go, but 30 years. But yeah. So if that German guy can, I can. Don't remember his name right now, sorry. Gonna figure it out to hopefully to the end of when I do the introduction. Maybe I can just figure it out now. He's on Instagram, and his work is just amazing. Let's see. His works always pops up when I find the guy. And there we go. No, I can't find it now. Of course I can't. Now when I need it. So freaking annoying. So prototypical. When I really need to find it, I can't find it. Of course I can't find it. Well, fuck it. Well, he paints huge faces, huge, some smaller ones also, of course, but the detail is just stunning. and he goes really deep into it. What's the most fascinating is that he has the stamina the patience to stand with small pencils on huge and paint basically every hair. That is, of course, not what he's doing, but it looks like that. Okay. I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of hairs on a head, and of course you can't paint every one of them. But it gives a very good impression of it. So yeah. Okay. Now, there are some things here that I would like to do a little bit better. What's most impressive with him is his patience, extreme focus, almost overly human, and it's just crazy. So, yeah, that was nice. Just a little bit here, and a tiny bit here. Not so much here. So it's just a wash in a way with clouds up there. It's actually here a little bit, and some small one coming in from the side here. See, I just have to keep it down because they're so light and almost no water in them. And I just I'm gonna work a little bit here. Medium. To start there now. Basically dried, so just a little bit. It has actually dried, and it dried very fast, actually much faster than I thought. And that's the thing that happens when I paint over time, because I don't use much oil and I paint very dry. But of course I wash the pencil in the medium all the time. And I guess that is when the medium gets into the paint and makes it dry a little bit faster. The whole thing will feel a little bit more whole, full. whole thing dries, because right now it's a little bit difficult to see the nuances. Just want to even it out a little bit. Still keep it open. Here too. So. I'm getting into trouble here. I don't have time for trouble right now. So motherfuck. So that's better. Should never started this actually. It's just bullshit. Funny that I can keep doing this, so it was quite actually quite stressful. For many years now I have been adding stress to my life by basically throwing away time and then working like crazy in front of just before exhibitions. Is like I work 24/7 the last 2 months. Of course I had it sketched up and stuff, but it's always the details that takes most time, and you have to make room for that. And the way to make room for it is to have a good schedule, be finished in good time, so you don't get into that horrible situation when you are fighting like a madman the last days or weeks before an exhibition. I have been sometimes painting like 24 hours a stretch, and it's not healthy. You know, it's not even a good thing when it comes to the results, because you are not able to focus. So anyway, I'm gonna sign this down here. I'm gonna turn off the camera and just do a little bit more, you know, all by myself, because then I can concentrate a little bit better, and then I'm gonna deliver it. Sign it down here. K A V way too light. I need to have a solve this problem. Hate this. I need to have a blue, a lighter blue or neutral, not just a tad, a little bit more lighter. Maybe just use a cobalt, because cobalt is way lighter than, brighter than alizarin. Yeah, a little bit of white in it. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. It's better. A, V, of course there's a lump of paint there. V, S. That was horrible. Why was it a lump of shit right there? Just a brush stroke. So, okay, let's do it again. Okay, here. K dot A V I K S O A and there dot 19. That should do it. It's almost good. Ugh. I'm stiffened up now. Gee, I need to go to the gym. Okay. Dot. So there. Okay, that's good. So next time you see this, I'm done. thanks for watching the video. Here's the finished result with all the textures and all the things I've been working with like crazy. You can see how I work with it. I try to explain in this video, and hope you enjoy it. Probably saw it in the beginning anyway, so I don't need to use too much time on showing you. But I think it's okay. Yeah. So with this, hope you enjoyed the video, and until next time. Keep on painting and check out my Patreon. Remember the notification bell, subscribe, and watch my other videos, and leave a comment and give a thumbs up and stay cool and all that stuff. Okay, thanks for watching this video. As you can see here, some of the textures, and yeah, remember to jump around in the hyperlinks, and you can also check out my Patreon. If you want to support my channel, you can be a $5 patron and you can actually win a small painting in my Patreon giveaway every month. And if you just want to support my channel, you can actually donate whatever you like, or just, yeah, also share and put it in your playlist and do all that. And I see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.